Hello. What's up, Soupy and C? Betha? Hi guys, welcome in. I broke the trees right before the stream started. So that's good. Okay, we have to restart. So I turned off distance fields because they do weird things with like large meshes. Probably for good reason. I'll show you. So watch over here. See this like mountain area here, right? I'll restart. Also, new logo. If you guys haven't, oh, now you can't see it. Sorry, it's covered. I worked on a logo last night. It's not perfect. It needs some work. The text primarily is going to be updated, but that's okay. All right, ready for this? Oh, of course, now it doesn't even like show up. Now it looks just fine. Now it's not even doing it. Okay, stupid. Now it's not even doing it. Okay, so sometimes with mesh distance fields, and I don't know why, sometimes you just get like these. Oh, like this. See this right here? These like brown spots. Yeah, like all over here. That's mesh distance fields being stupid. It's like trying to see that. So it's like trying to like generate distance fields, and it just looks so bad. So you have to turn it off. I'm sure there's probably settings you can tweak or whatever, but like settings haven't really helped me lately or recent in the past. So I've just been turning it off on big meshes. And so I was like, well, I'll just turn it off on everything because there's no point. There we go. That turns it off. That fixes it. But then I realized that these trees need it to keep like that dark in the center of them, which is kind of important because it kind of gives them depth. Because you saw them in Indigo, they were all bright and blown out. So anyway, yeah. So this is where we're at now. We kind of have to keep them or keep it, which is fine. No big deal. Anyway, save that. So I officially set the project up last night on source control. So we are now all backed up. So if I make massive major broken changes, I can just revert things, which is nice. What's up, Ciceron? Joe, hello. Hey Joe, are you still working on that one game? I don't want to dox you. I'm not gonna say what game you're working on. I don't think you care, but I don't want to say it out loud. Are you still working on that game though? You working on that one thing with that one guy? Doing those one things? Trees are fixed, baby. That was it. So fast. I heard some news. Good luck with it, man. Wait, what news? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know the news you're talking about. It wasn't news to me though. You know the news. Yeah, which is why I asked if you're still working at that one place, doing that one thing. Because it's probably related to that news. You probably heard it from that one person when I'm talking about it. Oh, then yes. Yeah, I was just curious because I talked to him yesterday. Anyway, what's up, Arrow? Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen. I don't know. It would be nice though, so who knows? I haven't heard anything yet, so we'll see. So vague, this is too funny. Yeah, I'm sorry it's vague. Maybe one day when it doesn't need to be vague anymore. Also, YouTube, I know we have some people on YouTube watching. I have chat open. I am prepared for your questions and comments and concerns. So you may speak freely and I will see it today. I hate these weird shadow issues. These happen in UE5, I've noticed. I'm sure they don't happen in like a rendered game or a packaged game, but still. Okay, so if you guys haven't noticed, there's a whole bunch of terrain work I've done. We need to finish up the desert stuff. I'm not gonna do this today. The desert can wait. It's like this is bad. This is just me throwing stuff in here trying to figure out how I want this to look. And it doesn't look great. I'm also thinking we're gonna do another post-process volume over the desert area, so when you get into it, it'll fade into like a nice like orangey glow. It won't just look like dead. It doesn't look too bad, but like it looks bad. I don't know. And I'm having major gameplay doubts lately. I don't know if it's like some like imposter syndrome, or I'm just doubting my game, my like design abilities, or what it is. In theory, this design should be fun and should work, but because I'm stealing ideas that work from other games, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work though. And after I spent all this time doing level design yesterday, I was like, this was a bad idea. I should not have done this. I spent like a day on it. So not a huge deal, but still, like, it was a day I shouldn't have spent on it until we were positive that it was actually fun. So my goal today is not to do any more polished work at all in any shape or form. Really, all we're going to do today is balance out the rest of the units to make sure that they are all like they all work. And then we're gonna get an update out today, like, period. I don't care what else happens, that we're doing that today. We do need to fix this thing now. Oh, this is the end of it. This is literally just the end of the road here. Any units that go this way just break right here. So we need to put this, I guess, screw it, let's just do it then. We're just gonna put this spline out, or this road out where it's supposed to go. If you guys know a better way to handle splines along terrain, I heard that there's a terrain spline, but I don't believe it works the same way as a regular spline, and I think it's too late to use that because I've already set everything up with a regular spline, and I don't want to modify the environment or the terrain either. Because like I think that the terrain spline, or the landscape spline, whatever it's called, is like a cool tool that would have been great to use for this, except I've already done my landscape work and I don't want to break it. Because I like how it already looks. Luckily, this is all pretty basic. But yeah, I know that these guys are going to end up in the ground in some places, and it's fine. I'll just make tweaks and keep adding more things to this as we go and find places where it looks bad. So far, the one in the mountains looks okay, so I thought, okay, well, this didn't take a super long time to do, so I will just do the same thing, the desert area, and then we'll make tweaks as it needed. I didn't think about elevation when I was doing the splines. I was just like, yeah, splines this is the best. This is definitely the way to go. And I think it's probably a lot cheaper to just have my units walking along spline than it is to do pathfinding, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the best choice because of level design reasons. Okay, and don't make fun of my awful Bezier tool knowledge. Okay, that should work. And I just kind of like roll across it to make sure it's all mostly not sunk in the ground. If it goes in the ground a little bit, you won't really notice. Or if it's floating a little bit, you won't notice. Luckily, the camera's kind of top down, so you don't really see it all that much. Like, this is definitely sunk in a little bit, so we could probably like pull it up a bit, or we could like make an additional curve here. Press play. I'm with Soupy. You really want to see it? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. So vague, this is too funny. Gotta change the baby, but gonna be lurking. Cool. Sounds good, Arrow. Forgot I know it. Yeah, no, I knew what you're talking. I knew that as soon as you said it's exciting, I knew that you knew what it was, and I knew that that's what you were talking about. But yeah. I had problems in UE5 with smaller landscape sizes / lumen with LODs and shadows getting weird, but it doesn't happen at like 63 or higher. It's super bad at 15. That's weird. I wish I knew how to help you. Okay, there's that. Just double checking this looks okay, and then we'll go. See, like this one right here? This one's awful. Can't do that one. Looks like this one can just go like this though. And mostly fix it. That mostly fixed it. Oh, this one? You have an extra one somehow. A little bit of sunk in there. That's okay. Good enough. And then this one is sunk in the ground. Okay, good enough. Let's test it. All right. Also, let's get rid of these things really quick. Hold on. Sorry, I know we weren't supposed to do polished stuff today, but we're doing a little bit of polished stuff today. Get rid of that. That stuff there. We're not gonna. Oh wait, are we gonna do? Should we just do deep? No, we're not gonna do debug spawn. We'll just play the game. Let's go here and let's just do hidden game, I guess. Where is it at? For now. And then we'll hit play. Okay. Wait, what? I didn't hide it. What is this? I don't even know what this static mesh is for. Here we go. Okay, so as of right now, oh, let's do, what is it? T max, no, max. T max, it is right. 30. Okay, should get good frame right now. Okay, so you can buy things. The market will give you resources over time. I started us with 15 for now, because 15 of each now, because it's just easier. Oh, you can't see the resources very well. They're in the top left. They're kind of there. These are harvesters, so we can harvest or spawn these guys. There's no one on the bottom to like do harvesting things. Here, we'll just spawn a couple on each side. There's no limit to how many units you can put out right now, so we're gonna see like what that limit should feel like. These are all the guys that they're like will fight. So these are all like, yeah, combat units. So the problem is that you like I have like they're not balanced at all. So and there's no like, originally you should just start with like these little guys and then you can just start spawning them, right? I mean, you turn off the that tick print right there. Also, it looks like we're dropping frames pretty quickly. Oh, maybe not. These guys are getting their harvest. They're getting to this harvest point and then they're going off to do their harvesting things. But the problem is if they run into an enemy first, like that guy did, they get killed. And these guys are safe now, even from the archer, which I'm not sure about. I feel like maybe if the archer sees them off the road, then he should shoot them. What's up, Night Namer? Chat test for your boy. What's oh, I see you on Twitch and YouTube. Yes. I think the orthogonal top-down view automatically snaps to the right height. Could work in Unreal too. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. That would be cool. I don't think so, but maybe. Are you gonna mess with the shaders later on? Or are you doing that? I think I like how this looks. I'm using an LUT. And I like how it turned out, so I don't think I'm going to play with shaders much, except I'm probably going to do something so when you walk behind trees like this, you can still see your character. Let's do like an outline kind of thing. I'll probably just grab, I think I have an asset already for that I'll just use because it's faster than writing my own. What's our FPS looking at actually? Well, we just clamped it to 30, so I guess that makes sense that it's at 30. That guy's health was still being updated, so someone attacked him. So sometimes when you click these buttons, like the first time you click them, it stops your movement, which is really annoying. Let's spawn a mage in the middle to fight here. This road is a lot longer now, so there's a lot of. We'll give it another whole little troop there. Anyway, so yeah, like. The problem running into right now is it's really hard to manage like the 3 lanes, like because you don't know what's coming until you go over to the lanes. Our miner's doing some work. We have 62 ore, 63. I wonder if our market is broken because we still have 15 of the other 2 things and I don't think they're changing. When we buy things, it's not changed. These guys are sinking in the ground right here a lot. A whole lot, so we'll fix that. I swear that wasn't doing that yesterday though. Maybe I changed the terrain a little bit. I think I did some terrain smoothing, so that might be it. That's another thing is if I change the terrain, then the entire spline has to be adjusted too. Not the entire, but that part of the spline. It reminds me of the Age of Empires, but with a unique mechanic. Yeah. First observation, the user has a controllable player, but you can't do anything with him. It's the same problem Jonas had with Thronefall. Yeah, I know. And we've talked about this a bunch of times. The player needs to be able to make a larger impact on the course of the game. Otherwise, I suggest removing it and doing a basic hammer. Yeah, so those are the two options. So as of right now, the plan is we give the player abilities down here. And what I'm thinking is every building you unlock will give you a new ability. Or, and here's another thing, is I'm kind of wondering if maybe the resources, I don't know. I like the resources though. I like the like harvesters coming out and harvesting things and going back. Like, I think that feels good. But like the question is like, why not just keep spamming these guys? Oh, there it goes, like locking me out of my movement again. Because you can just keep spamming them and they'll just keep, like, you'll just get like infinite resources. Right? Like, I have 86 ore now. I mean, I'm not spending it either to put units out, which, like, I could be doing that. And also, I need to put health bars at the top probably for both of our things. Right now, they're just right here, just floating around. This is the health bar for your castle, and then the enemies will have one in a similar place. Actually, I think the enemies is broken right now. No, I fixed it. This guy's just sitting here. Broken. I don't know why he's just sitting there. Oh yeah, they're over here wrecking the enemies right now. So like I love that it just feels like there's like these little like micro like battles going on all over the place. Like, that's fun. And these guys do not change. Like, once they have they're locked on a target, they don't change targets. I don't know if we should allow that or not. Probably not. Maybe, I don't know. Do you think your unit should prioritize other units or the castle? Because I think there are definitely times in the game where you should, like, you'd want to prioritize the castle. Ooh, snap. A pyromancer over here. That, what? How is he missing? Those are supposed to blow up even if they miss, and I've fixed that like 3 times now. So I guess we need to fix that again. He's also not doing as much damage anymore, but he does do AoE damage too, so I guess that's that. But yeah, it's really hard to manage all 3 lanes. You don't know when you're under attack. That's a major problem. So yeah, okay, so back to the player. Originally the design was the player would have combat mechanics and you could run around and fight too. They're just gonna have to be on like big cooldowns, so you have to rely on your units more. So they're more like special abilities. And I think it'd be cool if you had like 4 of them, I guess. Sorry, I'm just realizing that my tweet actually got some attention yesterday. It's so windy. I'm just proud of myself. I posted a tweet that got 1,300 views. That's the best I've ever done with the tweet. All right, let me catch up on chat. You should have a max number of units. Yes, that's the plan. So, because right now you can just spawn a whole bunch of harvesters, and I was like, I don't know how to fix that, because later on you're not gonna want them any. So like, and that's another thing too, is like, if you spawn a whole bunch of harvesters, then later you're like, cool, I've used all 10 of my units and I have 10 harvesters out, and then you're like, oh shoot, I need warriors out now. What do I do? Then you need to be able to like remove those harvesters. So that kind of poses a problem. Oh, here comes a bad guy. It's really easy to dispatch the enemies right now, but they could use some balance. So it's, I don't know, if you just like stand at your base and you just defend it, it's like almost more fun. I don't know. I'm in a weird state with it where I don't know if it's gonna be fun anymore. The original idea had like you could see all the lanes, like, or you could see like almost the entire map in like one spot where you stood. So you kind of knew which lane was being attacked when and where and everything. And now that like I made the map a lot bigger, unless guys attacking it from this far away. Watch these marksmen. Oh god, I made them way too slow. Oh, I know what happened. I meant to give them 80% movement speed, and I've done this like 5 times now, where I give them 0.8 instead of 80, or instead of 8. Because they all start at a base 10, which was a bad idea. I should have just kept it at 1. Anyway, so yeah, that's where I'm running into that. I think a mini map would fix that problem. Yeah, I was thinking if you had a mini map at the bottom here that just showed like 3 like progress bars, almost just like 3 lines. They don't have to like represent the whole map. They could just be like 3 lines, and then just have like green dots or blue dots, whatever, for your units, and red dots for their units, and then you just see them moving across based on their progress. I think that could work. Sorry about the frames, I just clicked off. So if you can see their progress, then you'll know like, oh shoot, there's a whole wave coming in mid, so I have to drop some defenses in mid. I think that could work. So I wonder if we get the resources like actually like a little more balanced, and we actually set them up to be draining resources. So when you actually get resource, or you lose resources when you buy units. These snipers are insane. They do like 15 damage per hit, but they have like a 5-second cooldown. The problem is that they don't have to wait 5 seconds to shoot, because they attack immediately. Because like I had a cooldown at the beginning, so you had to wait that time and then you'd attack. But it felt really bad when you had like I just lost my harvester who had 15, I'm assuming wood or wheat, probably right there. Yoink, yoink. It's just like one shot, everybody. What happened to the guy over here? I don't know. Like it's fun. Like it's not fun. There's nothing fun about it. But like it feels like it should be fun. Like I love the idea. Like I love seeing like people run down the roads. Like I think there's something there. Oh, he didn't hit him from that close. That was a bug. Anyway, there's a lot of little bugs, but that's okay. It's prototype. Like it's not even like final code stuff. Like we can revamp a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Okay, let me keep reading. Priority by danger. We could maybe do that. Have certain troops prioritize different targets. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Special siege catapults for. So there are siege catapults. They're just broken right now, so I have them disconnected. Oh yeah, I replaced with the archery. There is a siege place. I just don't have it in here. I wonder, do we need 3 different buildings for harvesting too? You know, like I don't know. Like, this is a lot. Also, the game restarted because I guess I won. I don't know. I'm just kind of stuck with it, I think. Watching your devlogs and Swords of Magic since the beginning. Cool to catch a stream. This game looks cool. Thanks, Nightnamer. I'd love to have a chilling playthrough in this game. One more question. We'll have day or night loop. I wasn't thinking it'd have a day or night loop, because I just don't like. I don't know how long the match should last. Like, it's supposed to be a real-time strategy game, so like those games are pretty long-winded, but I was thinking this is more of like a casual thing, so I was thinking like 20-minute sessions. It was kind of like my goal was like 20 minutes to get through like one match, and then yeah. Another thing is, I think we should add some sort of like roguelike sort of elements to it, so every time you play it's like different somehow, some way, and I don't know how to do that yet. How do you win? What's the goal? Yeah, so you destroy the other person's castle. So yeah, so you have a health bar here, they have a health bar there. I'm sure I'm just really behind on chat, and you probably already figured that out. What tweet? Oh, Soupy was hold on me. It was just the one with the leaves bouncing in and out. Oh yeah, these guys are, their fireball's broken. I don't know what the deal is here. The fireball blows up when it hits when it hits that, but it doesn't blow up when it hits the terrain. I don't know. I swear I fixed this stupid fireball like 15 times. I hate projectiles. Making projectiles is like one of the worst things in Unreal Engine. They work great. It's just stupid. I don't know. They're just dumb. I also think that the enemy should probably attack you. That would add a little bit of like, oh, I can't get near these guys, you know, especially like ranged enemies will be a problem. And if you start without an attack, then that'll be another interesting way to go about it. What? It changes every time? Or am I just losing frames anyway? I don't know why the performance is so bad. I don't know. I don't know why performance was so bad. The game was running fine. I don't know. I know full screen does. I lose a lot of performance, and it does seem to lag the stream. Okay, this is a really. Oh wait, other units. Hold on. Because if the castle is far away, they'll just die going for it. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Mr. 4KK. Mrak? How do you pronounce your name? Oh, other units. Yeah. Yeah, I think other units would be good too, because not only that, but like that just means that as soon as you spawn another unit, you're now like, it's sort of like Magic the Gathering, you know, like you can't attack the summoner if you have any units in play. Well, I guess can you? I think you can. Either way, I think it sort of works like that sort of card game where you have to like defeat the I think you can in that game. But either way, it could work like where that way if you're like kind of panicking, you can just kind of drop out like a high health unit to like give yourself a few seconds to like, I don't know, get more resources back or whatever you need to do. To spawn another like more units to keep fighting or whatever. But like having a high health unit out there will like absorb some of the castle damage that you normally be taking. So I think that helps. Anyway, okay, this is a really obscure reference, but hear me out. This is the VR RTS called Brass Tactics. I think its philosophy could apply really well here, except obviously not VR. What is Brass Tactics? It's not lane based, but it's focused on gaining territory against the opponent and kind of a careful planning / domino effect of winning. Okay. Thank you, Arrow, for sharing that. And also thank you for your comment on the tweet. Is it possible to zoom out and eventually just get a world map with icons for different units? I guess anything's possible at this point. Hi, Red. That would work as well. You should also recognize the troop type on every lane on the minimap. Oh yeah, maybe just showing the icon would be a good idea instead of a dot. So you can react and send the counter unit to the specific lane. Yes. The dude doesn't read chat. I'm giving up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read chat. It's so delayed. There's so much chat, and I try to like talk about things, and like, you know, it's hard to keep up. There's too many people in chat. We have 44 people in here now. Very delayed. It's a mix of focus on work and replying to one message for half an hour, but I'll get your message eventually. What's up, Matt? Nice haircut, sir. Thank you. My wife did it for me. She's awesome. It was a long time coming. Also, lol FPS. I promise the game is running at 30 frames per second. You can see the FPS on here, and I only have it set to that because I literally clamped it to 30, so it's sitting at 33 for some reason. But yeah, it runs like at like 70, 80 FPS right now in full screen in the editor, so it'll run just fine shipped. So that's good. And we'll limit how many units you can spawn and how many units the enemy can spawn, meaning we'll never have more than the amount of units that you're like that our minimum specs can handle. So that's not a problem. I just thought he was ignoring me. No, I'm not at all. Mark. Mark, got it. Sorry, your 4 and your R are backward. It confused me. Yeah, I think the FPS is dropping in stream. Your face cam looks smooth. Oh, that's weird because the face cam did not look smooth to me. Can you go to the dev mode and zoom out from the top so we can see how many map would look? Sure. So it looks sort of like this, I guess. There's a little, this is like a little mining spot down here. We need, so I wasn't going to, but I think we have to put resources on every lane, because if you don't, like I was just going to put like ore down here, wheat in the middle, and wood at the top. But then I realized like, well, that's not going to work, because then when you send out like, if you accidentally send out miner into the bottom, I don't know what that accent was, the bottom lane, then they're just going to walk all the way through and get to the castle and then die, you know? Which like might be fine, I guess, but like it just seems silly to even give players the option to just like immediately kill their units off. So yeah, I don't know if a mini map is necessary. Well, maybe it would be, you know, maybe having like this shape, even if it's just like a sketched out shape or whatever that just matches the lanes almost exactly, and then showing the dots on the lanes might be better, because then you know like, oh, they're at the pass or whatever, you know, or now or they're almost to my resources, so my units that are harvesting right now are going to get killed, so I need to get out there and like defend them or whatever. Here's another crazy idea. What if you had like a rally ability, sort of like in Thronefall, and you could just run up to your units and like hold down a button or something, or just use that ability, and the units in the range will like start following you, and they'll just like follow you around. The problem is you're a lot faster than your units, so they'll just take forever to get to you, and you only be able to have like so many of them. And then if you cancel that, then they'll have to like find their way back, and that will be a nightmare too. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna solve any issues though. Like, because then people just like rally a whole group and take them straight to the castle, and then it's just like, well, what was the point of the lanes then? Okay, let me catch up on YouTube chat too, because I'm trying to keep up there. But yeah, special siege catapults. Yeah, so I have siege battering ram, but it's kind of broken right now, so I just turned it off. But there's one in there, and it's supposed to do like triple damage to castles and like half damage to troops or whatever. I don't know. If the lanes come from different sides of the castle, they do. Oh, you mean like when the units come out, they will. That's fine. I'm going to change the whole castle around. The whole castle is going to be like more of this shape, like a C shape kind of against the wall, the mountain here, and then we're gonna have a big like dwarven like thing in the, I don't know. I'm gonna probably have to redo all the models for this, because they don't match the rest of the art style anymore. Sorry, music being kind of loud. Something to make you go to the fields is shops, and you should place structures to specify which resources they can harvest, like mines and lumbers. Place structures to specify which resources they can harvest. You can kind of already do that, right? Like you can see. I'm actually thinking about keeping the icons above them. See these icons above them? I'm thinking about keeping those there, so players can see those. Like these ones have wheat icons over them, so you know that those are the ones you can harvest. And then the player can also harvest these, so early game might be important for the player to go in and harvest them. And there's wood up here too, and there's ore over here. So there are like locations that you know you can harvest from, or like I guess like the first time playing through you won't know, but I think it's, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter where you send a unit, they'll find something to harvest. It might just take them longer, because like here there's only two wood and 2 ore, but there's a whole bunch of wheat, and up here there's a whole bunch of wood. There's a whole bunch of wood up here and only a couple wheat. In fact, probably too many wheat. Should probably get rid of some of these. Maybe get rid of this one. I'm not going to, because they're attached to something anyway. But we'll think about that. And then down here there will be a lot of ore, and like barely any wheat and barely any wood, right? So that's kind of the idea, is like you want to send your lumberjacks to the top, your farmers to the middle, and your miners to the bottom, because they just get better resources that way. So wheat's going to be easy to get because it's like right in the center, and you don't your people don't have to go very far, which is why I had like 60 plus wheat, only like 20 ore or whatever it was. And also because the ore is like hard to get in certain locations. What's going with this tree? Oh, it just looked weird from back there. Oh, it must just be like an LOD. Just popping out and getting weird LODs. Anyway, so yeah, my problem with like zooming out the map to show the whole thing is because of the art. It looks really bad when you zoom out too far. I'm sure we could fix that, but like I don't know if I want to spend the time. Also, like the mountains look really bad from far away. Like all this stuff, I've done a bunch of tweaking to get all these things look nice, but I do it all from like the angle that you can see as a player. So like down here, the mountain looks great. Like there's a lot of variation in it, so it looks interesting. Like it doesn't look bad at all. But as soon as you like zoom out and start seeing like more of it, then it starts looking really bad. So same with the trees. Like they look great from the angle that you can see them at, but as soon as you get like further out, they start looking worse and get really like fuzzy, and they don't look good. So everything everything's been like designed to look really good from the angle that you're going to be at. So I don't want to zoom the camera out too much. Game environment has changed a lot. Yeah, I just spent like a day, like all day yesterday doing this. Day night loop would be fun if the enemies got stronger at night. Yeah, that could be a thing. Adding traps on the lanes the player can put to slow down enemies. That'd be cool. I think it would be neat to have a button zoom out the camera to that view, and you could get a quick look at the whole map. Yeah, we could do something like that. What's up, Sky? Not using nanite? I don't think any of my meshes are using nanite right now. I guess I could turn them on. It doesn't. I don't know. All these are static meshes, because when I paint them, they look really bad, and I don't know what the foliage actor like changes about them, but it just looks awful. I might end up replacing all the leaves on these trees anyway, but we'll see. I really like the leaves on these trees, and then they match like the like style better. Let's just go. Sure, actually, like the characters, like they just match the characters a little better. Like up close, they obviously like they're a little too like on the nose, but from further back, they just look like stylized. But they just match the style of the characters better than the other trees. Like these ones just don't quite match the same. Like when you get close, then they match better. Then you're just like, oh, they're just little circles. That's simple. But yeah, from like further away, they might be a little too detailed. I don't know. I think they look fine. I don't think anyone's gonna question it, to be honest. Probably do a lot of work to like clean up the art and like probably make it all a little more consistent, but I've already done a bit. Like I've switched out like all the meshes, textures. There's some weirdness with like some of the stuff, but I think it's not too bad. You're fine, Mark. I don't mind the spelling stuff. Doesn't nanite solve the fuzzy thing when zoomed out? I don't think so. It's a material issue. It's a lighting issue. I mean, we can try it. I can just turn on. Here, we'll just turn it on for this one mesh. What am I doing? Okay, we go here. We find this one mesh. Here it is. Right click, nanite, enable nanite. We wait for it to render. Wait for it. Okay, now it has nanite. Now we zoom out. Didn't change anything. In fact, now it just looks kind of bad. Now it looks really bad. So let's turn it back off. Yeah, it looks a lot better without it. I don't think nanite's that important. Like we're using frustum culling already. That's built into Unreal Engine. So like we're only gonna be rendering what we actually can see. So I mean, other than that and the units running around, I think her performance is gonna be just fine. I think that's like the heaviest part of it. If you turn the graphics down to medium, you get a nice big boost or big frame boost, but like you don't even see a difference in quality. So I think it's fine. Okay, let me try to catch up. I think the player needs reasons to take risks. Yes. Is there going to be a jungle lane or a baron / dragon boss? I thought about that, but I don't know. You made it for the chat for now. Thanks. Okay. I've been thinking to give the player more control. What if there are different points where the player can construct a turret/base that could produce more units once they have successfully dominated a lane well enough? Yeah. Someone else had that idea too. I think it was Rayuthmus, who's helping with some of the art. None of his art is in the game yet. I don't know if it'll make it in the game because I'm moving a little too fast, I think, for him. Which is fine. He's taking his time. He has another project which is more important, so it's no issue. He does have a bunch of walls and stuff for like the enemy castle, so I'm planning on using those instead of just this one castle. And if I need to, I can make my own too. Anyway, yeah. So if we did like a tower thing, like I don't know if the lanes are long enough to do that. At least not maybe the center lane doesn't have a tower. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe these ones have like a tower here or something, or just like maybe it's just on the lane. Maybe it's like a tower with like a bridge built into it, you know, so that the units have to walk through it. And then the problem is, like, once you construct one of those, then it just makes the game that much easier, and it's already pretty easy. Well, I don't know. We need to like actually set it up and balance it and everything. I don't hate that idea. This would let the player choose to overcommit units to one lane to establish a base or keep a uniform density units. So the problem would be that you'd have to like attack it, right? Like you'd have to put a whole bunch of units into that lane to like take, like maybe it's like a ruins or something, or maybe like kobolds run it or something. I don't know. It could be whatever. And you have to destroy it, right? You have to like beat them. So like maybe it spawns units too. I don't know. Then what happens? Like, do the enemies also just attack it then? And if the enemies win, then they get it, and then they start spawning at that point on that lane. Like, I don't know how that works. And I think that, I don't know if that just like overcomplicates things. Loving the landscape. Thanks, Monkey. Welcome in. As far as I understood, is that a top, mid, bottom lanes for RTS? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of stolen right from like a MOBA, which is kind of funny. Like if you think about it, because the reason like MOBAs exist is because like Defense of the Ancients like created like 3 lanes, right? And then just had the like units like spawn down those 3 lanes. Which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm just like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if there was like 3 lanes? But there's no PvP, and that's another thing, right? I think if this game had PvP, and if it was only PvP, it would change everything. Because then there's like no weird balancing issues, right? Because even if one, I think, who was this? Who said this? Someone in our Discord said this. Ryan said it. He said something about if one person is overpowered, or if one unit is overpowered or broken or whatever, then it's not broken because both players. I don't know. He said it much better. If a unit is broken for one player, it's not broken for both players. Something, I don't know what he said. Hey, what's up, Max? MOBAs usually don't involve resource collection. Maybe it's a RTS battle arena real-time strategy. Sure. Just tuning in. Is this with marketplace assets or your own stuff? This is pretty much all. This is all marketplace assets right now. I'm just trying to make a game quick because I keep seeing all these games launch with like all these marketplace assets, and they make like 3 times what Swords of Magic is made in like a month. 3 times the amount. Hold on. They've made in a month 3 times the amount of money that Swords of Magic has made in the entirety of its like in 3 years it's been out. And I'm just like, how like, why am I even bothering to like spend months and months making all the art for my games when I can just use resource or like asset flips? Basically, it's not an asset flip. Like I'm coding the entire game. Like I spent like 5 days coding all this, and it all is working pretty much. So like, I don't know. It's not like, it's not an asset flip, but if you're using assets, it's just so much faster. What does wood and ore do? Crafting gear? No, it lets you spawn units. So these have costs on them. They're really small right now. I need to probably turn the size up a little bit. So this one costs three food and 2 ore, and this one for some reason isn't. Oh, because it doesn't cost anything. It's free right now. I have this set to 0. These ones are also not spending the resources, which I swear they were. I might have just unhooked that. Anyway, but that's how you get units. That's how you spawn them. And then, like I said, you can harvest your own resources if you want. You can just sit here and hold F to harvest them over and over again. Almost Warcraft 3 character. Yeah, that's kind of what they look like. What about when you zoom out to a certain point, the assets change to 2D assets? At least the trees. I mean, we can do that. You mean like billboard effect, or are you saying like switch to like a 2D map, like just icons? It could be cool to have champions focused on creep wave management versus harvesting resources versus supporting your units, etc. Yeah, so I was thinking like a skill tree. The initial idea was like, oh, it'll be like this game, except it'll have like roguelike elements where every time you like finish a match, you'll get experience, whatever, and then you can purchase, like put points in your hero as like a skill tree. And then you can unlock different things like new abilities or whatever. But the reason MOBAs I think are really fun, and like at least most MOBAs, is because that like the items. Then again, Heroes of the Storm they don't have items, and I don't know how well they're doing, but I know Dota and League both have items, and that's a big thing. And so I was thinking maybe it'd be more fun if like after certain levels you can run back to your base, or like after you've killed so many like, you know, units, whatever, defeated so many units in the other team, then you can run back to your base and you can upgrade, right? So you can like unlock new abilities or buy armor or whatever. Maybe you just like, maybe you're just upgrading your units. Maybe not even you. Maybe it's just upgrading your units. It's just, I think we need to like, I think the game needs to like get increasingly harder at that point though, if we're gonna do that, because then like there's no reason to do that if you can just like kind of Zerg swarm and like defeat the enemy castle. And maybe that's why we have castles in the middle, or like the bases in the middle. Maybe the bases in the middle are just a way to like slow down your units, so you have to like defeat those first, and they could just be like enemy camps or something. I don't know. Okay, let's keep reading. Still behind on chat again. What about an underground lane so the units can dig underground and evade certain attacks? Oh, that sounds complicated. I mean, it's a cool idea. I like it. It's just I don't want to do it. Fellow Warcraft 3er. If it's broken for both players, it's still balanced or something along the reason. Yeah, that's it, Red. What if you can upgrade your buildings for better units? That was another idea too, is after you purchase a building and you like build it up, then you can purchase it again to upgrade it, and then you get an option of like 3 options on how to like tweak your units. And I like that idea still. I just worry that like by the time you have all your buildings purchased, you already have so many different units to work with that it's like there's no point in upgrading them. They're already like balanced, you know. I don't know. Could do that, I guess. I don't understand that frame dropping. It's something to do with Unreal Engine and being like full screen. I checked performance on it before, and it was just yelling at me because of like DPI scaling or something. I don't know. It's just because I'm in full screen. Like I bet if I run it now, it's not as bad. Yeah, like now it's fine, right? You guys are getting smooth frames now, but as soon as I go full screen, now it's still working. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. It looks fine to me now. I'm telling you, it runs pretty smooth on my end. We have it clamped to 30 frames, but still. Let's do 50. Oh, we're still at 30. Oh, and there it goes. And then out of full screen, and now it works just fine. Right now we're only getting 20 frames per second. Hold on, did I type in the wrong number? No. Why are we suddenly getting 50 and I had 30 and it was higher? I put in 50. Is this a percentage? That wouldn't matter anyway. I put in 50 and it clamps us at 20. I put in 30 and it clamps us at 33. I put in 60 and it goes to 20. What is happening? Why does this max FPS not work? Or am I just don't understand how it works? 100 clamps us at 18. One. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. What happened? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm looking at frame time. I'm so stupid. Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm literally looking at frame time, not FPS. I know how that works. I was just being stupid. I'm so dumb. No, I was like 30. Why is this clamping at 33.3? Let's try that again. Yeah, okay, now that's working. It feels so nice at 60. Even 30 feels pretty choppy. But yeah, you guys are seeing it crazy choppy on your end. And then we go like below 30 and it comes back. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's so bad on stream. It doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel that bad. Frame time for 60 yet. Yeah, I know. I know. I was just not reading. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that's so bad. Anyway, okay, so what's the deal here? I think we just get this out to testers and like let people play it and see if it's even playable. So let's set these up first. All right. So resources. Let's see how fast do you think it should take to get like your first building up? Probably not long, right? Like I actually wonder if you should have enough resources to start with to build one harvester building. Hey, because then you can choose like, okay, the first thing I want to do is I want to get someone mining and then I'll go get wheat or whatever. Or you can choose like lumber depending on what you want to do like for the next building, right? Because you need another building up like as soon as possible. So maybe you have enough resources to upgrade to buy one of these harvester units, but not enough to do one of these buildings. So you have to go, so you could go straight out and harvest your resources yourself and get enough stuff to build one of these buildings. Or you can immediately get a harvester and start getting resources. Yeah, I have YouTube chat open. Sorry, I'm slowly catching it or trying to keep up on it. Is it like Clash Royale that you just place your units on the map? Yeah, you spawn units and they just pop up on one of the 3 lanes here that you pick. That's why there's 3 different lines in the top, or these up in the top left corner here. Use 3 numbers. These are for your lanes. So when you pull it out, like I can spawn in the bottom unit or the bottom lane, mid lane, and top lane. And then they follow like a spline point and they walk along here and do what they're supposed to do. My guy works fast as hell. I was here like 2 days ago last time and it was just a flat green plane and not many functions. Yeah, what's up, Jeff? I'm a little bit quick when I want to be. No builds on the top, just one guy starting the whole thing. No resources literally, and a harvester would be lovely. No resources initially. I think, did I just say literally? Initially, and a harvester. So I can't like let players choose which harvester they want to like spawn initially. I guess I could. It'd just be a pain to like code that. So it'd just be easier to give them enough resources to buy one harvester, but not enough resources to buy one building. No builds on the top, just one guy starting the whole thing. Yeah, and we could do that too. I mean, you could just start with just your hero and go out and harvest the first resources by hand, which I kind of like. I think I would always take a harvester because I will then reach the target safely since there are no enemy units in the lane yet and in no hurry. Right. So right now, and we can balance this better, but right now I think the enemy spawns 60 seconds after the game starts. 45 seconds. Let's change that to 60 because it does feel like you don't have quite enough time. And then we need to balance the waves a lot better too. Right now it just starts spawning things kind of randomly. But I have like a wave system sort of set up with different levels. And I don't know how we're going to like increase those levels. Maybe like units killed or time spent or some, probably time spent. So that way, even if you do nothing, the enemies are still going to keep getting stronger because the enemies really, you're supposed to be like envisioning like the enemies also upgrading their stuff and buying things and everything, you know? So you want them to be doing that as well. Okay, so let's balance this a little bit and try to get like let's just get this point where I get to the point where I can actually just hit play and play the game legitimately and see what it feels like before we start trying to add more things and tweak systems and stuff. Okay. So, cost for the harvesters. You start with 15 units or 15 resources. Let's make everything cost 10 for the harvesters. So you definitely can't get 2. What do you guys think? That work? Then you have 5 of everything left over, which would be enough to spawn. Actually, would it be enough to spawn a harvester? Also, let's make sure that these are actually, I think these are removing resources. Oh, weird. I started with, it showed 0. Oh. I know what's happening. Hold on. Player character. I think I need to get the resource widget. Let's just do it right here on the thing, I guess. I think we just call update resources. Play. There we go. Okay, so you have 15. We buy one. Cannot buy another one. We need lots more like feedback on this ton of stuff, but this is not like what we're focused on right now. Okay, so I have enough to buy. I bought a farmer, but now I need 6 wheat to just spawn the farmer. So maybe we make these down. Put these down to 5. Maybe we just make them 5 of their type. So like you don't need wheat to spawn. Actually, should we? Because I don't know. Like wheat's the easiest to get, so I sort of feel like it would make sense that every single unit uses wheat. Maybe starting with 5-ish villagers. Well, you can't really do that, right? I can't just like start the player with villagers because you can't pick where you put them, and you can't control them in any way. All you can control is which lane they spawn on. And they immediately start walking. So all I can do is give players the resources early on to spawn something. So we can just give them a limited amount of resources and then make things cost whatever we want them to cost, so they are stuck doing one thing, right? I kind of want to imagine Age of Empires, but with 1 villager and no center tower. And this guy has to start everything from scratch, or from scratch, and start defending before the first wave, you know? Yeah, I agree. That's fun. How to be a part of beta test, or yeah, so if you join the Discord, Jeff, I think I don't know if I can do a link in YouTube chat. If you here, I'll do a link. Hang on. Discord. And then here's the link here. Oh, there you go. If you join the Discord, there's 2 channels in there for Dwarvenhold. So just say hi or whatever in one of those channels. And that'll be an indicator that you want to be part of the beta test. Then when we decide, I don't know how we're going to do it yet, but that's probably how we're going to do it. I think what I might do is after this like preliminary test, because I want like everyone who's like in here right now, like if you really want to test it, that like I want you to, right? But I think what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably put the game up for any of our, sorry, we're getting bad frames. My mouse is being slow. Anyway, for patrons, so I'll probably put it up so if you're like a super secret bonus tier patron, then you just get the game for free, and maybe I'll even just give everyone Steam keys when it launches on there. So because you've already paid $15, to be a patron on there, so maybe that's how we handle it. So it'll just be like an alpha test tier or something. Maybe I'll put a new one on. I don't know. We'll see. How are you balancing time between this game and Swords and Magic? Very carefully. Swords and Magic is kind of on the back burner right now. I am focusing on this game because Swords and Magic doesn't make enough money to pay my bills anymore, so I have to do something else. So either I make another game and sell it and hopefully pay my bills for a few months with it, or I go get a job at somewhere else working like 40 hours a week, and then I don't have time to do anything that I love doing. So I'd rather practice game development and hone my skills more and do what I love to do and work from home and make another game that I wanted to make anyway, than like focus on Swords and Magic and not make any money and then have to go get a job doing something I don't want to do. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's kind of sucks. I would like to just focus all my time on Swords and Magic, but actually, to be honest, I don't, right? Like, I love Swords and Magic, but I really want to make new games, and like, I don't know. I would work on Swords and Magic full time forever if like it was producing money and like, I don't know. But I also want to make other games on the side. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I know we're gonna piss off like some people that I'm not working on Swords and Magic right now, but like, it just is what it is. I have to pay my bills, and people will have to understand, I guess. So I'm not even going to apologize for it. Like I have been in the past where I've been like really worried about what people are going to think, but I just don't care anymore. I'll work on Swords and Magic when I can. Frostfall's still coming. There's still updates coming for it. I'm still working on it. I work on it a couple hours every day. So it's getting there. But yeah, I've been working on it for 6 years, and it's time I release something else. So we're working on something else. I bought Swords and Magic mostly to examine it. I like your use of environments. I had a conversation with my wife about why she thought it was boring and wouldn't buy it and play it with me though. Oh, interesting. I would love to hear your feedback on that. Did she try it? I find it's weird, but and I don't want to like generalize or anything, but like I have noticed that a lot of people who play it and play it with their girlfriends or women or their women or their wives really like it. I don't know where I was going with that. Like Jana loves it. She designed a lot of it. That's my wife. She's not my woman, just my wife. And like, I don't know, there's just like a lot of people on our Discord who like play as a couple, and a lot of I want to say like a lot of female gamers like the game, and I think it's because of like how open it is, and it feels more like living in a fantasy world than it does like doing an epic quest. And I think that's kind of, again, I'm just generalizing, and I'm not saying everyone's like this, but I think that there's just like a nice relaxing chill vibe to it. A lot of like female gamers enjoy, it seems to anyway. Not all of us want wives. I'm not saying what? I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying. I can imagine that working on the same project, no matter how much you love it, can get tiring after years and years, especially if the income isn't there. Yeah. I'm just ready to do something else. I feel like I'm only known for Swords and Magic, and that's fine, but like, I just want people, when people think of Kindred games, I want to think like different games, you know? Like, I'm Kindred Games, not Kindred Game, and I just want that to be a thing now. So I'm working on that. Makes total sense. So Swords Magic isn't making enough money for you. Yeah, it doesn't make like anything anymore. It's expensive to live in America right now. I imagine it's expensive to live anywhere right now. I'm not special. But yeah, games just like, they just die off, right? Like, it's been out for 3 years in early access. Like, it's not like even close to like 1.0 yet, because now I'm back to solo because we couldn't afford to hire a team anymore. We spent all of our savings paying for that team and for paying for marketing and paying for this and that, and you know, like software and all this stuff. So it's just like, it's expensive. It's expensive to make a game, and it's really, really expensive to have literally anyone on your team at all, beside yourself. So that's why I'm back to solo dev. and I'm going to be focusing on smaller projects like this one for the foreseeable future, while I chip away at Swords of Magic. And if something happens, if like a publisher, like we reached out to a couple of publishers now, and we're gonna reach out to Humble, though I'm been hearing some negative feedback about Humble lately, so maybe I don't know. Well, I don't know. At this point, I think we're kind of desperate, so it doesn't matter. I don't know if a publisher will even touch us. We'll touch Swords of Magic anyway because it's already out, right? Like most of your money comes from like your launch. Like, and if your launch is early access, then that's your launch. That's it. You don't like, you're not gonna like double your money when you hit 1.0 unless you're like Among Us or something, and suddenly like get picked up by some huge streamer somewhere and then it blows up. But yeah, and I was expecting that for a long time. I was expecting Swords of Magic to like snowball. I thought, well, the better I make the game, the more people are going to play the update, and then like the more people who play the updates, or they see the update, they're going to buy the game, they're going to play it, and then when there's a new update, then they're going to play it again, and they're going to stream it. And I just thought more people were going to stream and like YouTube the game, and make videos of the game, and that just didn't happen. Unfortunately, it just never like took off. So I don't know. I truly think that Swords of Magic is amazing, and I think that it's like a really, I think it's like this huge like feat. Like I think it's really impressive, in my opinion anyway. Like I don't know, I just think it's pretty crazy what we were able to accomplish. But I don't know, shame. It's a shame. I think it's coming to an end, guys. I don't want to be negative about it, but if the game doesn't make money and no one's playing it anymore, then there's no point in making it. There's no point in working on it still. We'll see what happens. Thanks, Arrow. Yeah, marketing is the thing, right? I don't know how to market very well. And even when we did put everything we had into marketing, we made $80,000 on the Kickstarter, right? That seems like so much money. We literally spent $12,000 to a marketing firm, a professional marketing firm, because we didn't know how to market the game. And I knew that going in, that I could not market the game myself. So I went straight to a professional marketer who had like reputable sources and everything, said, here, how much money does it cost to market this game? And they quoted me, and I was like, hey, let's do it. And it didn't go anywhere. It didn't do anything. It would have worked if I was solo. If we didn't have a team and we weren't giving away like 60% of our profits to everyone else on the team. It was more than that. I mean, it was like, if you actually like break it down, it was like 85% of our profits because of like Steam and everything. I don't remember how much it was. Anyway, but if we weren't giving away like all of our profits, then it probably would have been just fine. The marketing would have been fine. We would have made enough money, and I could have worked on the game for like 10 years. But yeah, because we had to pay so many people, and people, have to eat and pay their bills and feed their, or clothe their families and stuff, then stupid people. No, I'm kidding. It just costs so much money. This is just too much money. Kickstarter round 2. I've thought about it, but I think we just get, laughed out of the. Then we just get laughed at. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think we can touch. I don't think we can do a Kickstarter again until we've fulfilled every single promise for the Kickstarter we've already done. And we're not there yet, but we're close. I actually pirated an earlier version of it after watching your devlog, which led me to buy it. Well, I appreciate you buying it again. When it was on sale a month or two ago. Let me ask you this: what made you want to pirate the game when you okay? So I will admit that I have been down that route before, but I've never even considered pirating an indie game, because I know, and maybe you don't know, but I know how hard it is to make a game as an indie developer, and I know how much it costs and how much money you don't make as an indie dev, because I made games for 15 years before I made a dime. But I would never pirate an indie game. I would pay the $15 for an indie game, and if it was really, really bad, like if it was really bad, like unplayable, and the devs were not listening to feedback at all, then I'd just refund it. But I would never pirate one. I don't know. I am judging you, but I'm just curious why you decided to pirate it. I don't know. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just I am curious. All right. This game you're making is scalable. Can you release new content for it later? Sure. Would you do anything different this time? If I started Swords of Magic over again, yeah, totally different. First of all, I wouldn't have made Swords of Magic. I mean, I might have, but it would have been a much smaller game. Why not just push what you have at this point as your 1.0? We could. It's like we could probably release the next update as 1.0. The only people who are gonna know better are the people who have been following development. You know, they're gonna be like, wait, what do you mean 1.0? What happened to bug catching? What happened to the archaeologist guild? What happened to the museum? What happened to treasure hunting? What happened to Bone Reach? Where's Alarin City? Like, what happened to all these features that you've been promising for the last 3 years? And the truth is that we just don't have the resources to make all those amazing things that we wanted to make. And that's like one of the biggest things I would fix, by the way, is going back into this again. If I ever had to do this again with Swords of Magic, the first thing I would do is keep all of my feature creep in check. I had no idea how bad it was going to get. I thought, well, geez, like I'm adding all this feature creep, but we're also going to hire a whole team, and we have the money to do that now. So like, you know, we have $80,000, we can hire a team. Well, I just want to point out that a AAA dev in, you know, even like the worst companies make at least $40,000 a year. So $80,000 split between my wife and I, that's all the money we had, right? Just to pay for the two of us for the bare minimum salary that like devs should make. And then we split it between 5 people, which wasn't enough money. Yeah, minimum. Yeah. We split $80,000 to start with between, let's see, me, Jana, Moz, and Wendy at the time, I think. And then shortly after that, Joe came on. So we had 5 people, not to mention that we had Soupy helping out like the whole time for basically, you know, scraps. And we had Kitsune too, who we were paying, and the marketing team we paid $12,000 to. We had so much money going out. We were just bleeding money. That's the first thing I would do is I would have scoped down the game, and there's no way I would have hired an entire team of people. I loved working with everyone I worked with, and I learned so much from working with everyone I worked with. And there's no way I'd be where I am now if I hadn't gone through and made all these mistakes. So I don't regret. I mean, I do regret some of them, but I'm glad it happened. Like I wish that I could have gone back and changed them now, knowing what I know. But I'm glad it happened the way it did because I learned so much. So I appreciate that, Soupy. I believe Soupy. What if Swords Magic is just labeled as a prototype game? It is a prototype game, but I don't know. What if you rebooted Swords of Magic into a new game entirely under your control? What? I really think Kickstarter would fail, you guys. I think if I went to Kickstarter again, everyone who backed the game the first time would be like, what are you doing? Like, you didn't even like deliver on anything you promised the first time. But no, I'm not making another big game for a long time. I'm not touching that. It's way too much work. Those people should have released, should realize, wait, hold on. I think those people should release if they want this game to survive, then it may be the only option. Oh, realize, yeah. I'm just realizing that I read it right the first time. This conversation would be a good YouTube video. Yeah, probably. I'm so bad at making YouTube videos. I think Swords of Magic has the bones to be turned into a cozy game. Could you imagine if we just like ditched all the combat in Swords of Magic and just left it, like we just went all in on like player housing and we're like, sorry guys, we're taking out all the combat stuff, that stuff's being turned into something else. I don't even know how you would make it a cozy game. I followed you since you're starting streams. I was worried this might happen since you did hire so many people. Yeah. What's up, Nash fan? I think, I don't know, you know, I think it was natural for us to like, it was natural for me to see like success and assume there was more success to follow, right? And I think it made sense for me to like, I'd never had success of any measure like that before. And I think it made sense for me to want to like grow, you know, I wanted to grow the studio. I wanted to make the game bigger and better. We had a lot of like 2,200 people believing in the game during Kickstarter. And I think that like that number was just kind of crazy to me to think that many people had raised that much money because they believed in this project. And I just wanted it to be good. You know, I wanted it to be like, I don't know. At the time I was like, this is like my magnum opus. Like this is going to be the best thing I've ever made. It's going to be like the RPG to end all like RPGs. Like No one's ever made like a casual RPG like this before, except like Cat Quest or whatever it was. And that was like our only competition. I thought this is so much better than that. Like this is insanely better than that. And I still think that it's a really good game. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we've like failed to make a good game. I think it's a great game. I think there's some aspects of it that could be changed. Like there's a lot of like stuff that's missing early game, and then every time we go back to the early game to like add those things in or fix those whatever, then everyone complains like, why are you just tweaking the early game? Like I've left a negative review about how bad the early game is, but why are you just keep changing the early game? Why don't you just add more content to the end game? And it's hard. So here's another big thing I would never do again. I don't think I'll ever do early access again. Early access is so stressful. It doesn't seem like it at first. And at first it's like, this is so cool. I get to release my game. People get to pay money to play it. They give me feedback. I get to change it and release updates. And then people get to try those updates and leave feedback on those updates. And that is such a cool game loop, or like loop, you know what I mean? Like it feels really good. The problem is that every single update, I have a huge handful of people, like, or a huge amount of players just like wave that update, and if it's not exactly what it's expected to be, then review scores tank and it ruins sales, right? Luckily our review scores have never like tanked, so I don't even maybe it wouldn't be that bad, but like there's just something really stressful about knowing that every single update you have, not only are you building the game for new players because you're trying to sell the game to new people because you need to make money, right? So you need more players to buy the game, but you're also releasing the update to players who have been playing the game. So now your game has to be, or now that your update has to add something to the end game, so players can have something new to do that have been playing before, because they're not going to want to come back to an update if it's just like, if you've just added stuff to the beginning of the game, right? Because they've already played through that. So they're going to have to make a new character every time. They're not going to want to do that. So even though our beginning of the game, it like needs a lot of work, every time we did an update to focus on that, our existing players got mad. And then I swear it's like they just like holding that review score over your head, and they're just like, at any moment, like there's a couple people in our Discord who are like really cool people, but I feel like every single time we release an update, I'm like holding my breath to see if they go switch their review score back to negative again because they don't like one thing I've done. And it's just, that's like so stressful. It's so hard. And then you get like in this mindset, and I think every game dev that does this, but you get in this mindset where you're only like, you get like one negative comment on YouTube or one negative comment on Steam or one negative review or whatever, and you immediately like that just blows up, and you just feel like that's the whole game. Like everyone thinks that. And like it's so hard to get out of that mindset and to realize like, no, that's one person, that's like 5% of your audience, if that. Everyone else loves this and you're on the right track. It's so hard to stay in that mindset, especially when the game just like starts growing and growing and it starts feeling like unmanageable, and that's kind of where it's at and where it's been for a while. Anyway, blame Arrow. Yeah. The best devlog, the very best devlog was episode 0. I think I like put some footage together of the game, and then I just like watched the footage that I like smashed together and then hit record, and I started just talking through it. I didn't have like any real like points to hit or anything like that. I just kind of talked through it, and that devlog has 250,000 views or something, which is the most viral video I've ever made in my life. And everything after that is like nowhere, doesn't compare. Like the only other one that's ever even close to that is the stupid desk lamp video, which like everyone like lost their minds over because I did a sponsored video about a desk lamp and it wasn't Swords and Magic related. And granted, it did not fit on the channel at all. It didn't make any sense for me to do that, but it's like the most popular video I have. And I realized at that point, I was like, why don't I just start a new channel reviewing tech products? Because they send me stuff for free. I make all the videos, then I make like a couple $100 off that video because it gets 200,000 views on it. Like I could blow up a tech channel like in no time, but it's like not something I want to do. I hate making YouTube videos. So I would never want to, like, even though there was potential there and I could have done that, like I just want to make games. I just want to make games and I want people to pay me to do it somehow. Which is why I'm kind of leaning toward publishers too. Like I'm kind of wondering if like, I've been watching more Thomas Brush recently, and like his whole, like, he's huge into publishers. And I just think like, I don't know, maybe that's the way to go. You just go to a publisher and say, hey, I want to make this game. What do you think? Do you like this? And they're like, yeah, that sounds cool. Here's some money to live off of while you make it. That sounds like the freaking dream to me. Doesn't it? Like, that sounds like the way to go. I don't know. Okay, let me catch up on chat. I'm really behind. I think even though Swords of Magic didn't go the way you wanted it to financially, I think you learned some valuable lessons that are probably worth more than $80,000. Yeah, for sure. You can take all those lessons with you into the future, and you won't be likely to make those mistakes again. That's extremely valuable knowledge and experience. I know that there are some of those mistakes I will definitely make again. Feature creep is a huge problem with game dev. It's very easy to get into a game, especially in a game like an RPG, especially in a game like Swords of Magic. Oh my god, Swords of Magic was like literally designed for feature creep. Like, and I'm not kidding, like that's how I designed it. I designed it like that on purpose in the beginning because my idea was I just want to make a game like, and this is insane. Like, it just sort of turned into like, I want to make a game that are like, it's like a combination of all the other games I love, right? Which is such a terrible idea in the first place. You should never do that. But it just sort of like, I built it in a way where I could just take all the ideas I had and somehow they fit into this stupid world. Like, they just all fit. So anytime I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could do this? Yeah, it fits. So I would do it. And like, that's such a huge problem. So feature creep is always gonna be a problem for me because it's just too easy to be like, oh, this would be awesome. But also, I think that's one of the biggest things that I did learn is like how easy it is to just like blow up a project and get it to this unmanageable set or like point of expectations. Like, people have such high expectations for the game. Like, they go in and leave negative reviews that are just like 45 paragraphs long about how the game could be better. And I'm just like, have you played the game? Have you ever thought about how much time it took us to get like one spell right? Or like just the double jump mechanic right? Like, that took us like a week to do. Like, okay, it didn't. It took us like a couple days, but still, like, it takes a while to do those every little thing. And if you like break down all these little tiny things in this game and all the different like systems that fit together and all these things that like work together, it's so much. It's just so much. And it's so, I don't know. I feel like because we've set such high expectations, like everyone has really high expectations for the quality of the game and what the game is. And it's like, we don't know what we're doing. No one on the project who's ever worked on the project had ever released a game before. Not like a legit like commercial game before. So like, we just were winging it. And it's amazing that it turned out as good as it did. Like, I think it does honestly just show like how passionate everyone was about the game, because it was, yeah, I don't know. It's official. I was the person that drained the Swords of Magic accounts. I had to complete. Yeah. Right. That's what it was. I'd work on your project for free, but my PC doesn't handle UF5. So that's another thing I've learned is I will probably never take help from people. I mean, I don't know. Like, I have taken a lot of free help from people and I appreciate everything that they've offered, but it also just comes with strings. Like, there's always strings attached. There's always issues with it. There's always going to be something going on with it. And I don't know if I would ever want to do that again. I don't know. I don't know if I ever want to like work with people like in a professional setting again. Like, I would. I think I loved working on a team. Like, when we had like the full team and we were doing like weekly dev meetings and like Lewis and I were doing like pair programming sessions and stuff, like that was super fun. And I really did like doing that stuff. The problem is like managing a whole team is a huge mess. And like, really the biggest problem is like expenses, right? It's so expensive to run a whole team. And I don't know. It's just, I don't even know how you could even like, I don't think it'd be feasible to ever pay for a team again for me, at least not at this point. So yeah, that's a problem. Anyway. Well, it was impressive Kickstarter. It was impressive Kickstarter most fail. Yeah, that's true. It was an impressive Kickstarter most fail. Yes, they do. Truthfully, I don't usually pirate games, and yours is the first one I pirated in years. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I don't have a good reason, except my wife would have been annoyed with me. That's, you know what? That's a fair reason. Her favorite game is Stardew Valley, and it costs less. I ended up buying it because I felt bad about pirating it, and I'd like to see how you update things if you ever do. We will be. There will be updates. If your wife's favorite game is Stardew Valley, but she does not like Swords and Magic, I would love to know why. Because honestly, I don't know. Like, I feel like Jana designed the entire farming system, and she and like the only farming game she's ever played is Stardew Valley. So like it's not designed on that, but it's like similar to that. The combat in Swords of Magic is terrible and is none of the it's none of the reasons it isn't making, it's one of the reasons it isn't making a lot of money. The farming and house deck. Okay, no. First of all, Valeth, no, it's not. Because before you buy a game, you don't know what the combat is like. And 90% of the reviews do not talk about the combat. The farming and so you don't get to, sorry, you don't get to say that stuff. You don't get to pretend you know what you're doing. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's so frustrating when people do that kind of stuff. You can come in and say, you can give feedback, and you know what? If you don't like the combat, it's totally fine, and you're welcome to give feedback. But you don't get to say that's the reason the game isn't selling, because that's not it. We don't have that many refunds. Our refunds are right around the same as everyone else. And when people do play the game, they put in like 10 or 15 hours and they absolutely love it, and they write amazing reviews. And a lot of people who do play the game have like 40 plus hours in it because there's a ton of stuff to do. And the combat is not terrible. It's actually really good compared to most indie games out there. But the reason, like, it's not supposed to be Dark Souls AAA quality combat either. It's made by a very small team who's never made games before, like that before. And like, it's so solid for what it is. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's so solid for what it is. And a lot of work has gone into like going over and over and over on that combat. The only real issue with it is that like the melee does get repetitive, but the entire design from the very beginning was Minecraft, this was like the focus. And I'm not saying this is a good idea, but originally my idea was I want to make a game that's like Minecraft, where Minecraft is like, the whole point of it is like building and like resource gathering, I guess. But I wanted to shift that and say like, well, like Minecraft's combat is pretty bad. So my goal was I want to make a game that's like, I don't know how to explain this. Anyway, the idea was Minecraft can get away with really terrible combat, right? It's terrible. It's 10 times worse than Swords and Magic. But guess what? The game has sold billions of copies. Like, it's made so much money. So you can't tell me that the Swords and Magic combat is worse than Minecraft's. Because it's not even close. But the whole point of Swords and Magic is not the combat. The whole point of Swords and Magic is the sense of discovery. And the combat is just a means to an end. It's part of getting there. It's just a challenge to get to the point of discovering a new thing. The point of Swords and Magic is the secrets, finding new items, finding new trinkets, like discovering things, like tiny stories all woven into this world. Like, that's the point of Swords and Magic. So combat is not even like, that's not even the thing. That's not even the point of it. Anyway, sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for snapping. I'm going to go back to reading and catching up on chat because I'm behind again. The farming and house decorating loops also aren't timed very well to motivate people to go out and adventure and then come back and carry on crop tending. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to time that better, honestly. Like, design wise, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, apparently. It took 5 of us trying to get that in. I thought it worked really well because 7 a.m. all of your things pop. And so you will go adventure, and then at 7 a.m. things will pop and you'll go back and harvest and buy things from shops and decorate and do whatever you want to do. But the point of the game is really like, if you are struggling trying to find that thing, that's probably on you. Because the game is very open. It's very much just do what you want to do. We're not trying to like build a real routine other than like the 7 a.m. like reset. So 7 a.m. resources come back, shops refresh, etc., etc. So that's the only time in the game where we're trying to like trigger any sort of like timing. And I don't know what else we could do beyond that. You go adventure when you want to adventure, and when you're bored of adventuring, then you're going to do something else, and you'll do it all the time naturally. I guarantee you'll go out and start adventuring, and pretty soon you find yourself gathering resources, and then next thing you know, you're back in town buying something, and then pretty soon you're at your house decorating stuff, and then you're like, oh, I have this quest in my log, and then you're back out adventuring. I know that happens. I've watched dozens of people go through that. So I don't know. Are there still new consoles / stores you can release on? Yeah, of course, but it'd be so much work to release it on a console, and it's not even finished, so it can't. If anything, you have built a community, more knowledge, bigger family, and lots of friends in that time. That's true, Monkey Sucks. At the very minimum, you have achieved a lot, even if Swords of Magic doesn't go the way you wish. Yeah. Guys, I'm really sorry for like snapping there. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm being so sensitive right now. I'm fine. I apologize, Valeth. That wasn't fair. Would you steal from a corner shop? You just admitted to stealing from a family-run business. Uh, in no way you should be proud of that. Um, I mean, I don't know. I guess we did set ourselves up for a little bit of a rough conversation, didn't we? It's an amazing game. I still re-fall in love with it at least twice a year. That's cool. If I had an issue with strangers on the internet's opinion of me, I wouldn't have admitted to it. I told him about it because it's feedback he may be interested in hearing. Thank you, Valith. Um, here's that old adage about, or that sometimes you have to kill your darlings in order to grow. Yep. What does he gain from you telling him you stole from him? He gave the money back. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I guarantee the torrented version you got was terrible anyway, because they're all so outdated, because the game's not popular enough. Active development is very annoying. I played both the earlier intro and the current one. I didn't have a problem with either of them, although I think the new one does a good job covering the mechanics. Thank you. Yeah, we've redone the intro 3 times. This is why a lot of studios don't show anything until they are like 4 years into development. I don't mind the feedback, Arrow. I like the feedback. It's the expectation to make sure that every update it meets expectations for new players and existing players. That's the problem, because existing players are not my focus, right? Like they've already bought the game, and I know this sounds terrible from a marketing standpoint. You have to think like this though. They've already bought the game. I've already got money from them, right? I don't need to like sell them anymore. They probably aren't able to refund, so I don't have to worry about them anymore. The problem is that they hold the negative reviews. So I do have to worry about them. And so it's very difficult, because if I cater entirely to existing players, I'll make them very happy and I'll get a bunch of positive reviews, but then new players suffer and they don't buy the game, or they'll buy the game and refund it. So I have to it's this weird balancing act where I have to make sure that new players are happy because they're the ones that pay my bills. But then if I make too much progress on new players, then existing players are upset there's no new content in the game. And then it's just, I don't know, it's a hard balance. So with this game, what is your deadline? How do you measure success? Unfortunately, measuring success with this game is how much money it makes. I hate to say that, but Swords of Magic was like, I just want to make a nice game. Like, I want people to like it, and that's all that matters. But I've learned that it doesn't work like that. Like, as much as I would love the world to work like that, that's just not how, like, the economy works. That's just not how capitalism works. Like, you have to have money to do things, and you have to have money to pay your bills, and you have to have money to buy your kids Christmas presents, and you have to have money to eat food and like have a roof over your head and have a car, and like there's just so many expenses, and you have to like think about money first. And I guarantee that like all of you do the same thing, you just don't realize it. Maybe not with game dev, because it's probably, you know, hopefully still just like a passion or a hobby for you, and not a financial necessity. But yeah, that's kind of where it's become. Moving on. Is this game available in every major language? No. Because, is this game? No. I'm talking about Swords and Magic is also not. This game probably will be. I don't know. There's probably not going to be very much text in it, so I assume it'll probably be pretty easy to translate. I guess there will be some text, but there won't be tons. Swords and Magic is only available in English. I wish it was available in other languages. The problem is that there are like probably, I don't know, 20, 30,000 lines of text in it. I'm assuming. I don't even know how many there are. There's like, I don't know, 350 NPCs or something, or 300 NPCs or something. Every single one has completely unique dialogue. Like, no one shares a single dialogue except for copies of that same NPC, but that's whatever. That's like a behind the scenes dev thing. That's not, you won't even see that. So no one shares the same dialogue ever, which means every single dialogue is written by hand. There's no generic, like, you know, I used to be an adventurer once, like nothing like that. There's no generic. Every single guard has its own personality and a name and everything. And because of that, every single NPC has at least like 3 or 4 lines of dialogue that is all unique to them. It would take us, I think I looked into this, and I think it was going to cost like $100,000 to translate the game to one language. $100,000 to hire a team to translate the game to one language. The game has only made, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to talk about how much the game made. One day I'm going to reveal how much it's made total. Would you suggest that the initial influx of money after releasing EA is basically the money you should what? You should land on carrying you should plan on carrying you to 1.0 launch. No, Matt. The reason for that is because the money you make on early access is basically the money you make period for the game. 1.0 is like going to be 10% of what you made on early access launch. So the money we made at early access should have been the money that we as a family and we as a team lived on while we made the next game, which is why I'll never do early access again, because early access, you make a bunch of money on the game and then you spend all that money updating the game, and then when the game is at 1.0 you're like, yes, that's awesome, we did it, 1.0 is great, and then you launch your 1.0 and you make like a drop of that money, right? You make like 5-10% of it, which is like enough money to basically do nothing with, right? Because the money you make launching a game should be enough to update that game a couple times, to do any patches or add any content you missed or weren't able to get in or couldn't finish in time, fix any bugs, whatever, et cetera, like do a couple updates like that. And then that money should carry you to make the next game. It should pay for all of your bills while the next game is being made. And then you launch that game when you're running out of money. And then you carry that cycle on. That's ideally how you make games, right? Ideally, you make so much money that it doesn't matter, right? You can just retire. That's the plan. That's like the original plan. And then you could just make games for free because you don't have to worry about it. You can just sell games and not even have to worry about how much money they're going to make. That's just money for your grandkids. But yeah, like early access, it doesn't work that way. Like unless your game is phenomenal and like blows up and makes millions, which our game is never, not even close to making $1 million. Then you can't live off of that. Like it doesn't make enough money. Yeah, a lot of people found it through the devlog, which is good. Like the majority of people who play the game found it through devlogs. Animosity, if it's only available in English, that will hold you back. Chinese market right now does very well. Yeah, but we wouldn't make the money back. Animosity, I guarantee if we translated to Chinese, we wouldn't make our money back. We'd lose $100,000, which I don't have $100,000. I wish I had $100,000. I don't have anything close to that. But we would never make our money back on that investment. There's just no way. Like, it just wouldn't happen. Actually, a really good idea. The game already has controller support right now. Could you not try to port to Switch? I feel like it's the perfect marketing. No, because of performance reasons. Well, 2 reasons. One, the game has to be finished. So we have to just basically wrap up and say, okay, whatever. The game that is right now, that's the game, period. And we're done with it. And call it 1.0, which then would be fine. And then we could release on Switch. We have to do a lot of cleanup stuff. Like there's a lot of areas in the game that are like unfinished, and not like they look unfinished, but there's just like, here's a big door here. Where does this go to? Oh, it doesn't go anywhere because it's not ready yet. So we have to wait. Use AI to translate the game. We could, but it'd be a lot of work on my end to do that anyway. Like a lot of work. But we could. I mean, I think that's how the majority of like Japanese games get translated to English anyway, because they're awful. Not the games are good, the translations are often awful. Anyway, so we can't release on Switch till it's finished. And then second, the performance of the game is pretty bad right now. There's a lot of sloppy code on the back end still sitting around that never got cleaned up and stuff. And so it won't run on the Switch. There's no way it'd run. So that's the biggest problem. I'm not a fan of early access. Early access is essentially an unfinished product. The upfront money injection may be tempting, but you can't get the return on it that a fully completed product will generate. Personally, I don't buy EA games because I don't want to put money into something that's not done yet. I think there's definitely a type of game that's good in early access. Swords of Magic is actually one of those games. Like you can launch a game in early access that's unfinished, but still has enough content to be worth the money. Because we launched it at $20. We should have launched the game at 15, I think. Doesn't matter. Technically, our game should have launched at 10 because it was really bad early on. Anyway, so you launch in early access and then you get paid to do development. It's sort of just like pre-orders, or it's sort of like having a publisher pay you for the development and then you pay that back. And it's basically the same thing, right? A publisher would be the exact same thing pretty much, because they pay you to make the game and then they take almost all of the sales of the game until they're recouped, usually 150% or whatever they want. Sometimes it's 200%. And then they usually take like 35% or something like that after that from then on, which is kind of insane. But they pay you everything you need, and they handle everything that you need to be handled before the game launches. And they're usually in charge of marketing as well, because that'd be stupid if they didn't, if they left you in charge of marketing and making the game, because then if you made no money, they wouldn't make any money. So honestly, it's early access is not much different, except you have to handle everything yourself. Yeah, I don't know. But like, there's a lot of people who won't buy early access games because they see it as like, oh, this is just going to be a broken garbage game that's not fun to play and it's not worth like buying. The thing that people don't understand about early access is, and I buy a lot of early access games, and I have literally, I don't think ever one time finished all the content in an early access game ever. And I guarantee that if I waited until that game was completely finished and then I bought it, I still wouldn't finish all the content. And I probably wouldn't even know the difference, because I would only buy a game that looks totally polished and has good reviews, even if it's in early access. And I don't play games enough to get to the point where I actually finish the entire game anyway. And I guarantee that 90% of the people who buy Swords and Magic in early access are not going to see half of the content in the game. There's like hundreds of hours of content. They're not going to see half of it. Okay, there's like tens of hours of content. There's like probably 40 or 50 hours of content. And then the rest of it's like kind of repeatable, like farming and like resource gathering and crafting and stuff like that, housing stuff. But they're not going to see it. So if your whole reason is like, well, I don't want to play it until the end is in the game, unless you're a person who completes every game you play, which I really doubt you are, then you're probably not going to see it anyway. So I highly suggest getting out of the no early access mindset, because it harms developers. A lot of developers but it really depends on the game. So I don't know. I guess it's fine. But I have noticed we have about 40,000 wish lists, and I guarantee that like 80% of them are people who are not going to buy the game until it gets to 1.0. And the thing is that at the stage we're at right now, if they just buy the game now, I would have the money to keep making the game full time and finish it to 1.0 to the vision, or at least a level of the vision that I am happy with, right? But because we're not getting those sales, I'm going to release the game in an unfinished state at 1.0, and not broken, but as a bit close to where it's at now without all the fun bells and whistles and stuff, to try to get those 40,000 people to convert to sales. So like, helping the developers pay for their bills while they're building the game might be the only way you'll get the game you actually want in the end. So really, like, if your reason is because you don't want to play an unfinished game, paying their bills so they can finish the game might be a good idea. That's my opinion. I don't know. Again, I won't do an early access game. I'm not saying I won't do an early access game because it's a bad idea. I'm saying it's because it doesn't work because of people like you and those opinions. No offense, by the way. I'm not trying to like jump on you, and I'm not trying to like people like you. That's not what I mean. I'm just meaning like a lot of people share that same opinion, which is why we have 40,000 wish lists on the game, and we've never sold anywhere near 40,000 copies of the game. But like, yeah, like if all those people would convert to sales, they're all sitting there saying, yeah, I want this game, but I'm not going to, most of them are saying, I'm not going to buy this game until it's finished. Well, it's not going to be finished because of that attitude, right? Like that sounds like a mom. I'm just saying like their opinion of it is the reason it's not going to get finished, because it's not converting to the sales that it needs to convert to for me to pay my bills to justify working on it more. So there you go. There's, in a roundabout way, that's what I'm trying to explain. Working in a team is tough sometimes. Oh my god, I'm so behind, you guys. I'm trying to get caught up, but I'm talking too much. Could you not create a private GitHub repo? That way contribution could be reviewed and improved. Yeah, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that, because the second you approve, okay, so hypothetically, let's say you go in and you add a whole bunch of code to the game, right? And you're like, cool, check this out. And I'm like, oh, that works. And then I add it, and then it's unfinished, and I'm like, cool, you need to finish this thing, and then you bail. Now I have to go back and revert all that stuff. And if it touched anything I touched, now I have to revert my stuff. It just doesn't work like that. It sounds easy. It's not easy. Trust me. Not only that, but just getting someone into the project is like a week or 2 weeks worth of work, walking through the whole thing, because there's so much in it. But a pretty long conversation about it. What I said earlier, about crop speed, combat, etc. came from her mostly. Also lack of relationships. Oh, you're reading it now. Sorry. I both watched your devlog and stole your game before buying it. Remember? Yeah. It's nice and solid for what it is, but it's still okay. I mean, Swords Magic combat has more depth than Stardew Valley for sure. It's very solid for what it is, but for what it is the key point. It gets stale after a few hours because it's not a focus. If it gets stale after a few hours, it's not your game. Swords of Magic is not a game that gets stale after a few hours. Swords of Magic opens up after a few hours and you start discovering what it is. If you don't like that, that's fine. You don't have to like it. But yeah, if you think if the combat will get stale if that's all you're doing. If you bought this game to play Dark Souls, then you should have bought Dark Souls. We don't have highly polished, fine-tuned combat because it's an indie game and it's casual. It's a casual RPG, and the game is really meant to be you're supposed to explore. That's it. Actually, you're saying the same things I am, so I can see we agree. But unlike Minecraft, you don't have freeform building, etc. Right, that's what I was saying. Is like my goal was, instead of the building, because that's what Minecraft focused on, I wanted to focus on the exploration, because Minecraft sucks at exploration. Like, once you've explored the world of Minecraft one time, it's all demystified, right? You see one village, and then like every village from then on is like, oh yeah, I can see how this is just a procedural village. They all look the exact same. And then you see a temple, and you're like, oh yeah, this is just like the 4 temples I found. Literally the exact same thing. I know exactly where the treasure is. I know exactly how to get it. It's the exact same thing over and over again, right? Minecraft has no exploration, like, other than like, oh, this is a cool looking area. That's about it. But there's nothing there. You know what I mean? It's just an empty void world, and that's how most like open world games are now. Hold on. That's how most like survival crafting games are. And so I wanted to go the other direction, where it sort of felt like a survival crafting game, but instead of a procedural world, it was all. Sorry, we're getting epic Skyrim music right now. Actually, it's pretty quiet. Right. So yeah, the goal was like, I want to go in the other direction and go with Joy of Discovery. You can use branches, no need to reverting. Well, yeah, I don't use Git though. Git is terrible for Unreal Engine, and you can't and merging doesn't work very well because you can't merge two of the same blueprint, right? Unless you're doing all code, then you can merge like files, but you can't merge blueprints together. Blueprint actors, you take one or the other, and that's it. Anyway, sorry. Moving on again. Expect you not to be happy at criticism. Hold on. I don't mind criticism. It's just frustrating when 90% of people don't have the same opinion. But AAA quality combat is expected for smaller titles on Steam now. Indie game competition is strong, and players mostly care about the game, not the effort. That's true. Did you ever play My Time at Portia? Or Portia? I don't know how to pronounce it. The game kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, that's another thing. I have played a little bit of it. I've not played enough to like fully understand the game though. Jana has Sandrock, and she didn't like it at all. She never played Portia though. I don't know why she doesn't like it. What I didn't like about it is it felt very rigid. Like, I wanted to just run around and do stuff, and like, I don't know. Like, you're right though. It's a very similar vibe. You don't really care about farming personally. I don't either. I don't like farming much in games. The wife was unhappy that every time she left a farm to go out, her crops were ready to water, etc. It kept her feeling like she needed to stay home. Yeah, so that is very good feedback, and we've actually heard that one a lot. So I will take that one 100%. I agree with. I actually do think we should switch that to a daily watering system. It's just, the problem with it is it gets very tedious, or it's tedious right now, but the problem with like a daily watering system is it takes a long time to get your crops. But maybe it's just a thing where you just water them once after maybe you don't have to water them. Maybe you just plant them. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I agree. You're 100% right there. I have no interest in making you happy or angry. These are just things we talk about. Bailiff, I get it. I'm sorry. Just show how amazing that what Kindred has accomplished, really. What? I missed what you were responding to there, so I don't know. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Moving on. Plants come back every day in Stardew Valley to water your plants. No, because so the reason that Stardew Valley works for that is because you water your crops, then you leave and go do whatever you want to do. And then when you're done for the day, because you're out of energy or whatever, you have to come back home and sleep. So you're forced to come back home and sleep, which Swords Magic does not make you do. And so you can come back home and sleep, and then when you get back up, your crops are ready to water again. So it actually works really well in Stardew Valley. That's kind of the game loop. That's why it works so well. So I will admit that's not good in Swords of Magic, and that actually should be looked at. Because yeah, like you don't have to go home in Swords of Magic, right? So crops are like a good reason to come home and water them again. Like that's a good reason to be like, okay, it's probably time my crops are watered again. But the problem is that, yeah, our crop timers are too fast because we want players to get the crops faster so they can because we don't want players waiting around 3 days to do things. But maybe we should, maybe like, and I guess one problem is like a day in Stardew Valley, it could be like 5-10 minutes, right? But in Swords of Magic, it's 24 minutes. So if we make players wait an hour, 48 minutes or whatever to get their crops, that might feel really bad. And now suddenly like it's not worth it. Misread what you said. Revenue mostly. What, Sky? No super negative reputation damage. Yeah. Just got here. I don't know about Swords of Magic and checked in on Steam, and I can tell from my heart the game from what I saw doesn't look very fun. I believe you that it's fun, but I don't get it through Steam page. What do you you want to give some reasons why, Sevka? Bro, and you had another kid as well. Yeah, it kind of sucks that we have to worry so much about money and not the fun stuff we're all passionate about. Agreed. Did you create a sheet for future localization? No, I'm not planning on localizing it at all. I don't think it's worth the effort. As far as translations, I know you said you don't want to work with volunteers or whatnot, and that's understandable with strings attached, but a lot of indie games I've followed have used volunteers. Trust me, it's not going to happen. It would take years to translate it all. Valeth, I don't think you've even scratched the surface of how much like stuff is in that game. And yeah, Switch, it won't run on the Switch right now. There's no way. It might if we do these like refactor things we're working on, but I like how we've distracted Kindred from the whole stream and hasn't got any work done. Yeah, that sounds right. There's a pretty large group of silent people who just never buy EA games. Yeah, agreed. I don't think those people overlap much with developer streams and media interaction though, so you probably can't change them. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying like change is not about like going out and getting in everyone's face at the same time and telling them to change, right? Change is like changing one person's opinion at a time, and then they hopefully change someone else's opinion. So if one person comes back away from the stream thinking, maybe I should try that early access game I've been thinking about and not wait 3 years for it to finish, because I want to support the development because it looks like a game I want to play, and I have to trust that the developers know what they're doing, and risk putting that $10 or $15 into it or whatever. And then you do that, and then hopefully you also tell your friends, hey, we should try this game out. I know we haven't wanted to do an early access game, but we should try it. And I think that slowly will create change. And I'm not saying that's the way to go either. Maybe early access just gets removed and we just have to start finishing our games, because honestly, that's a better move. I'm just saying like something has to change. Either devs need to stop doing early access and expecting to make money off of it, because you won't, or you do early access and people have to start accepting that early access, what it actually is. That was some very old chat. Yeah, I know. It's cool. I'm an old person, and all old games were like that. I hate how ProcGen is used in newer games. Honestly, I don't know of a game that does exploration well. I've always wanted to be into exploration type games, but I've begun to think it's probably just a bad idea to make a game for exploration. Have you played Swords of Magic? People love the Swords of Magic, the exploration of Swords of Magic. Pretty sure it's like one of the biggest reasons why the game is done well. Minecraft world is an empty blanket for players to paint, so the lack of feature actually helps both in development cost and gameplay. Agreed. I'm not saying Minecraft did a bad job at all, Sky. I agree with that. All I was saying is I wanted to go the other direction and focus on the exploration stuff, and combat was just like an extra layer on top of that. Early on, combat was just as simple as Minecraft, and that was the goal. Was like, I'm not going to do complicated combat, and then it got more and more complicated because people wanted more complicated, so now it's more complicated. 95% of people may have a similar opinion, but you wouldn't know because they're not here and didn't buy the game. I'm not sure how true it is, though. I didn't poll anyone. The game loop in Stardew feels more organic, even though it's actually more rigid and less organic, but it has a good feel. I was impressed by Swords of Magic's physical mechanics of farming. It felt very good, character controller wise and animation wise, but the loop was off. Swords of Magic combat isn't the best, but a lot of the depth of the combat in games like Dark Souls is derived from the enemy variety, where Swords of Magic does pretty well given how big the map is. Yeah, I guess. You want some positive feedback to show I'm not a troll. I'm just talking about the things I thought weren't already great. Your movement, farming, watering, etc. feels awesome. Possibly the best 3D farming I've done. Hey, that's cool to know. Yeah, Valeth, again, I'm sorry for snapping at you. I guess it's just hard to take positive, or it's hard to take criticism. I don't know. I don't know why I snapped. I apologize. I guess it's frustrating when people come in and try to tell me why the game isn't selling, because I know why the game's not selling, and it has nothing to do with the actual mechanics in the game. Because just like what's his name just said, he just came in and said the game doesn't look fun. Not stubborn. Who was it? Who just said that? Sevka. Sevka came in and said, I didn't know about Swords of Magic. Looked at it, doesn't look fun. I'd love to know why. Like, just doesn't look fun is not really like enough to like as feedback. Hold up. Now go back to go check YouTube. Oh, what's up, Omega Killer? I don't know if you have been in here, sorry. I don't know why I hadn't seen you talking in a while. Good to see you. Sorry off top, but maybe you can help me. Tell me, how did you set up collisions in your game? Unreal Engine uses collisions, like it automatically generates collisions when you import meshes. So most of the time you don't have to set up any collisions at all, but when you do have to set them up, you can do custom collisions through like Maya or Blender using UCX and UBX in Unreal Engine. UBX is just box collisions, and you basically just create a box around it, call it UBX underscore, and then whatever the name of the mesh is. Excuse me, whatever the name of the mesh is, and then you name your mesh the same thing without the UBX, and then it'll automatically import that as long as you export them together. It'll automatically import that in as your collision. So you can make a bunch of box collisions in your modeling program of choice, and that's how it works. UCX is the same thing, it's just not boxes, it's just a convex. Just make sure it's not concave or it won't work. So you can't do like a C shape, it has to be like a circular shape. Anyway, as far as collisions in game go, you can do whatever you want. Like, for example, this tree here, I can go in and change the collisions if I want to. Just open this, and I can do this. At least we're back on like development talk and not just like marketing and selling the game talk. And I can go show collisions. This is a little bit different in UE4, which is like what I usually do my development in. So this has a collision on it that was probably set up. I don't know. I didn't make this model, so I don't know where these collisions were made. It's just a box collision. It was probably made in the modeling program the tree was made in. But I could change it. I can move it, right? I can move it over there if I wanted to. Or I can add a new one, go to collision and add all these different things. You can even do a thing called, over here, it's called convex decomposition. It's a tool in Unreal. You just go to tools, and it should be in here somewhere, I think. Maybe it's a window, convex, when you're looking at the static mesh thing. And you can just dial these in and hit apply, and it'll like automatically generate collision for you around like where it thinks you should have a collision. And it's pretty awesome. Works really well. Uh-oh. Guess what? Uh-oh. Screwed up. forgot I'm not hooked up to source control. That was good. Anyway, that's how you do collisions in Unreal Engine. If you're using an engine that doesn't have collision set up, like doesn't just work, you have to build your own collisions. Don't use that engine. If Unity doesn't have collisions, like they're just like you can't auto generate collisions, you're gonna spend hours and hours and hours setting up collisions, and I wouldn't do that. Not as an indie dev. If you're working on a big team and you have one guy who just like handles making collisions for all the meshes he makes or something, that's fine. Automatic watering system like Lens Island game. I think we should just do. I don't know. I'm not worried about that right now. It's too hard to worry about that. I feel home in Swords and Magic should be a secondary feature because I want to explore far away, maybe a portable home or two-way home portal. Yeah, probably not. But I understand, Sky. It does make sense. Let's focus on the current game. What else? Use AI to translate the game. You know how you can do patches on Switch? You don't port games for Switch. No, you can't release an unfinished game on Switch. You can patch. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't know how Switch works for patching, but I'm pretty sure Xbox you have to pay them to do a patch. Like I'm pretty sure they don't just let you do an update for free. And maybe this has changed, but this is how it was like several years ago. If you wanted to like update your game on Xbox, you had to pay them money to put an update out about your game. There's no way I could afford that. Not to mention, so we tried adding Linux support and Mac support a while back. It tripled our development time. We would spend like one update, like one minor update would take us 3 times as long because we had to go in and test it for all 3 like cases. We had to find testers to test it on Mac and on Linux. Then we had to go fix specific bugs that were only showing up in Mac. And we'd have to like basically go through and try to fix those bugs. And then we had to push it to those testers. And hopefully they were available because we weren't paying them. We didn't have the money to pay them. So then they would go test it when they got around to it and then tell us, yeah, it's still broken because I don't have a Mac. So I'd have to go back in and fix it again or try to fix it, send it to, and here's more complicated. We had to send it to someone else who was building it for us because they had a Mac. And then he would upload it to a new thing. And I had to reach out to testers and say, hey, can you test this again? And then they'd be like, no, it's still broken. And it would take us like hours and hours, sometimes days to fix a single bug because we couldn't test it. So now I have to, if I wanted to do that, I had to go out and buy a MacBook, which is at least $800 for, I think, the Mac minis now is what they cost. And then I have to hope that it actually runs on that because the last time we tested this on a Mac, it wouldn't even run. So that's when we decided we're not doing this anymore. So we have since given up on we're no longer supporting Mac or Linux because it's too much effort, and the amount of money you make in return for those platforms is so small compared to the amount of effort you have to put in for them. So I will never make a game for Mac again or Linux probably. It's just not worth it. If Linux like gets way bigger for some reason in the future, then maybe, but it's not big enough in my opinion to support a gaming community. Like it's not a big enough of a gaming community to support as for my games. It's just not worth the effort. So Windows as it is for me. However, a game console is a little bit different because that's what people are there for. So I understand the pull there, and there probably would be enough money involved. The problem is the amount of time it would take to push an update in early access, because we do an update like every month, every 2 months, to all those different consoles or wherever, all the different platforms, and then testing on all of them, and the dev kit I have to buy. It would just be too much money and too much time. So it's not worth the effort right now. Not for Swords and Magic. It's too big. Maybe when it's finished, then we could be like, yeah, let's spend some time getting this finished game and we'll port it to consoles because then it'll make some money. I'm not going to develop on those consoles in early access because it's too much damn effort. I bought your game just to support you. I think it's very important to support indie devs. Well, Gategard, I appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Did you play the game? At least? No interest in PlayStation, Xbox, and I didn't know that. Just kind of sucks. What's the possibility of revenue share with one of those companies that does nothing but port games for you? Godot style. So there's been a couple of companies that reached out for like Chinese porting and stuff. They're like, hey, let's bring it to the Chinese market and we'll just take a split. And like I'm okay with that, I guess, because like if the game isn't received well in China, it doesn't really affect me. You know what I mean? Like if they're taking like 60% of the revenue or whatever and they go through and they port it and publish it and translate it, do all the localization stuff they need to do, and they take 60% of the cut, I'm still making 40% revenue on a place that I wouldn't be making money in the first place. So I'm kind of for that. The problem is that I don't know if these people are going to want to work with me until the game is finished, because if I keep sending them an update every single month where I've gone back through and changed, 300 lines of dialogue, they're probably going to get sick of working with me. And so there's probably a contract somewhere in there where they won't make changes like that. And I don't really care if they won't make more changes, because again, if the game's poorly received in China and only makes $10,000, then like, oh well, darn it. But yeah, like when the game is at 1.0 and it's finished, when I've decided I've had enough or whatever, and it's at 1.0, that's the time when I will go through and be like, okay, now let's look into putting it in China. Let's look into porting it to, I don't know, Russian or whatever, or localizing it to Russian or whatever like the top 5 languages are or whatever. And we can look into it then. I think it's just going to cost more money than it's worth. But if we can sign a contract with someone who will just take revenue share and do all the work for me, I don't see why not. I'm totally down for that. Haven't looked into the split or difficulty, etc. Valeth, do you make games? Let's see. Mac would be less than 0.5% of the player base, so definitely not worth the effort. Yep, that's what we found too. We calculated exactly how much money it was going to cost us, not to mention time, to do Mac support, just to pay for the Mac. Just to pay for the Mac, it would have taken us a year to make that money back. And it's just like, what's the point? Like, it takes a whole year to make the money back, and by this, and that wasn't even calculating in the tail, right? When you sell a game, it spikes, and then there's this huge like tail where you just like drifts off, right? And eventually that tail just kind of like tapers off into almost nothing, and you just make like a few dollars a day. And we're near the bottom of that tail now, for sure. And so I wasn't even taking that into account. I was just assuming if the game kept making the same amount of money it did the day we checked it, and that's not possible. So it'd probably take us 2 years, maybe 3 years to make the $800 back on Mac sales, and it's just not going to happen. About collisions, wait, hold on. Miss more stuff. Automatic watering system. Let's see. It would take lots of resources to build an automatic system. Yeah. About collisions. Okay, but what about characters? I can't make it work with anything more than default capsule collision. Oh yeah. So characters are different. Your characters are pretty blocky, so I doubt you use capsules. No, we do. Well, actually, I don't use capsules. Because my characters are different in here. In Swords and Magic, we use a capsule. So the player character uses a capsule because but like this is it, right? This is the collision for the capsule, or for the character. So if you want collisions anywhere else on the character, you open up your skeletal mesh here, and you have this guy, right? Which one is it? I don't remember what this looks like in UE5. Physics asset. Okay, here's a physics asset. This is what your character's collisions look like. Now, these should not be used for physical collisions. When you're just like running around in the world, that's what the capsule's for, right? These are used for physics. So if you like ragdoll or something, you can use them for these. You can do some things where like these actually do collide with stuff, where you can like do things with that. But the problem with this is that if you're animating a character, so let's say I do have these collisions working, right? And I'm animating this character and he's like moving his arms, and I run into a wall and his arm pushes forward, it's going to push him backward. And sometimes it'll like launch things because you don't want these to collide with things. The only time you want these to collide is if you're doing like a ragdoll, basically, or if you're being shot, right? Because you can do things like, oh, was I hit? Did this this forearm bone or whatever get shot by this bullet? If it did, then let's do something specific, right? So that's important. But as far as like running around in the world, you only want to use the capsule collision. There's no reason to use the physics assets for that. I thought the game was finished and you just do some new content stuff. Swords and Magic and stuff is not finished. It is in early access. It's like 20% finished as far as the original idea was, but it's in my head it's about 95% finished because I'm about done with it now. It's just not going to get finished to the point that I wanted because I don't have like $5 million to live off of for the next 10 years to do that. I was playing Barotrauma last year and I downloaded a Chinese anime mod. Wow, even Barotrauma can't escape the fate. I don't know what that is. I bet there's a mod like that for Kenshi as well. Not to start any console wars, but I prefer developers, big and small, develop a game for PC and then scale it down. I have a goal to release a game on like Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, whatever. Like I would love to do that just because I would love to be able to like ideally like one of my bucket list things, which I'll probably never do, but like would be to walk into like a physical store like GameStop or Walmart or whatever and see my game on a shelf, right? That is like the end game goal. But like that's such an unrealistic goal for most devs because like 1% of games make it there, right? Less than 1% probably. Like far less than 1%. And I just don't think that's ever going to happen for me, but I do like it is a goal of mine. So I do want to make it on console. I want to get a game on console. This game's not going to happen because this is like a real-time strategy game. This would not run very well with controller support at all. Maybe it would. I don't know. Maybe we could do it, but mostly a pipe dream. That would be the end game goal for a lot of indie devs. Yeah, of course. That's a dream. But I think it's important to have those dreams, right? Like it's important to like want to do that because like it keeps you motivated, keeps you moving. But at the end of the day, like I'm not going to like, cry myself to sleep if I don't hit that goal. It's just what it is. So anyway, we need to balance this stuff. And I need to not do what I'm doing right now. I wasn't able to run up this hill earlier, and it was bothering me. Because it looked like you could. Now you can. And then you can... Like, I need to turn up gravity. That was, like, so floaty. Not that it matters, because you're not really jumping off of things in this game. There's not even a jump button. But... we should turn up gravity a little bit, because that felt really bad. Someone also suggested that we use carrots, like in, sorry, I'm moving back to Swords of Magic, because we need to work on this. That's much better. Someone suggested that we make, like carrots, like over the character's head, and so you like press the spacebar over and use a carrot to get a speed boost, like Zelda style. And I think that could be fun to like have to manage that. Could be interesting if you had like 5 of them, and then you actually had to like replenish them maybe. Somehow. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they just be replenished over time. That would be fine too, I guess. Anyway, let's set these up. Let's start balancing these. Okay, so trying to get focused again. You start with 15 of each, and these cost 10. So I think we just make each of the units that come out of these cost 5. What if we... This is crazy. What if units cost more the more you put out? What if their cost like goes up every time you like buy one? No, maybe that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. It'd just be too hard to manage, too hard to like calculate like how much you need or whatever. Okay, so we need to go to the units page. What are you doing? Okay, so we need to go to farmer. I'm gonna move these actually because I think there's a random order. Let's move the farmer down here. Okay, lumber. Nope, went too far. Okay, so miner is production cost. 2 food and 5 ore. Let's make this 1 food for each guy and then 4 of the other things, so it costs 4 for each of them. Lumberjack will be 1 food and 4 wood. That way you can spawn. I guess it could be. I guess we can do 2 food and 5 wood. It's just gonna be like, what do you do for the farmer? Maybe we just split it. Yeah, because we just have like 5 or 6 food right now. What if we just do like, we do 5 and 2? That's 7. What do we just do 5 and 3? And then we do, oh, that won't work. That's 8. Let's just do 4 and 2. I'll get there. And then we'll just do 2, 2, and 2 for farmers. So it's 6. So it costs 6 for each harvester, which might be too low, honestly. Maybe a harvester should cost more because they should be kind of expensive because they earn you resources back. This is in a random order: food, wood, and then ore, I guess. 2, 2, and 2. Okay. Checkout selected. Oh yeah, we need to save things. Let's save everything and see what we need to check out. Okay. Is this game you're working on with Rhythmus or is it a different one? Yeah, this we're not working together. He basically twisted my arm and said he wanted to do art for it. And he was like, "Look, I really want to make art for your game because I want to help you out and it sounds like fun. So how about I just make art and if you like it, you can use it. And if you don't like it, then I'll just sell it on the marketplace." And I was like, "Okay, fine." Because like that doesn't bother me much. So as of right now, I don't have any art from him in the game at all. But if he sends me over some of the art, I will probably end up replacing a bit of the stuff with it. I think he'd made pine trees, and I think I'm going to stick to the ones I have because I think they're very World of Warcrafty or Warcraft like. Because I really like the hand painted like Warcraft look kind of to them, and I think that they match the characters pretty well because of that. So I'm probably going to stick with the trees I have. I don't really love these trees, but I also don't really want to replace them at the moment yet. But we'll see. I think if I could get these trees to use the same leaves as these, that would be great. That's what I would want to do. We'll see. Will be online in this or only stages against AI? So that's some feature creep that I haven't decided on yet. I think if you had PvP where one player had a base over here and another player had a base over here, that would be really fun. And I think that would add a lot to the game, and it would probably be enough of a game to just like that's a game, right? The problem with online play is that you need a community. I mean, you only need 2 people. It's not that big of a deal. But usually when you have like an online game, you need a whole bunch of players online to matchmake. Like a whole bunch, like hundreds online to like even find a decent like game. And most indie games can't do that because they can't support that many players. Like it's just too hard to keep that many consistent players going. And this game's not going to do that. It's probably not going to be an amazing game. It's probably not going to make more than like, 10 grand. That's like my goal. My success would be like $10,000 in this game. Which sounds insanely high, but I've seen how games sell and I think we can do it. Did the music stop or is it just really quiet? It's just really quiet. Let's find something else to listen to. Wait, go back. I want to listen to that. Okay. Back to units. Okay. So we have now officially spawned. We hit play. We know the only things we can buy are these 3 buildings right here. So we're going to start with a farmer because I think that the majority of units are going to require farms, and we'll spawn 1 farmer. And now we've got some time to kill while he harvests things, which means this is the ideal time for the player to go harvest things. So the player is going to run out and start grabbing resources for everything else. So we have, hold on. Our units are not being purchased. Like we're not losing our resources. 10K, you got that easy. For this game, I don't know. We'll see. The strategy games do sell really well. That's like I've been thinking about I've been wanting to make an RTS game for a long time. I played Warcraft. Okay, you're probably gonna hate me for this, or maybe just make fun of me for this. But a while back, a friend and I were craving an RTS. We really wanted to play an RTS game, and so we were like, let's just buy Warcraft 3. It's like fantasy, which we love. It's like classic, like it's really good. It had bad reviews though for some reason. The re-release anyway. So we bought it. And we played the first map. I don't remember if it was a campaign or we just like set up a map or whatever. We played on like the normal difficulty or whatever it was. We didn't do anything crazy. We played together as a team against one other army. I don't remember if our team was like two different like armies or whatever, or bases. I don't remember, or factions. I don't remember how it worked. It's been a while. It's been like a couple years since we did this. But we played that same map probably 5 times and we lost every single time. We could not win. No, not PvP. Against AI. We could not win. And we were both so frustrated and just like over it. By the end of that, we were just like, this is stupid. So we refunded it. And Blizzard actually gave us our money back for some reason. So, yeah, I just didn't like it. I don't know why. Like, I've played plenty of real-time strategy games and I like them. The problem with RTS games for me is that I'm really bad at like the clicks per second thing, you know, like that's like a huge thing when you get into competitive RTS. And I'm not competitive in any game I play, so that doesn't matter much to me. But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good at RTS games, but we're just really bad. And so I still love RTS games. I grew up playing Command and Conquer on like Super Nintendo, PlayStation. I don't remember where I played it. It must have been PlayStation, right? Had to have been. And I never played Warcraft as a kid. None of them. Maybe I did a little bit. I might have like at a friend's house or something one time. But yeah, so I love RTS games and I've played quite a few of them. I just never really got super into them. But I've always wanted to make them. I wanted to make one because I just think it'd be fun. I love the idea of like the unit management and like resource management and stuff, like, and like building things. I also love city builders for that same reason, which is probably why like I don't like RTS games very much, because usually by the time like you have a huge thing built up, then like the game's over. That's probably like the one downside for me, which is why I kind of wanted to avoid that in this game, because I didn't want it to be like, oh, I'm building a whole thing. Like I didn't want building to be a focus. I just wanted it to be like upgrade kind of, because I don't think that like building things and like sorting them and like decorating your place and, you know, like I don't think it has a place for this. There's no point, because normally in like an RTS game you can build things like in a position that you know is like strategically important, right? In this game there's no importance on like positioning, because all the units just follow a lane anyway, so they're just going to attack your entirety the entirety of your base, not just like one piece. There's no point in like letting players put them in specific locations. Made a bunch of Warcraft maps, and Dota style rips aren't unfamiliar for me. Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2 don't seem hard to involve gamers, but they're actually like crazy hard for non-RTS players. Like I've actually played a ton of StarCraft 2. Probably like, okay, when I say a ton, for me that's like 15 hours, 20 hours. But I probably have like 15 or 20 hours at least in StarCraft 2. Play a bunch of it, and I really like StarCraft 2. I just don't like the sci-fi vibe very much. I like fantasy a lot, so that's the only reason I wouldn't like keep playing it, I guess, or I just haven't really been into it. So I played a bit of RTS, enough to know, like, not hardcore, but I don't really play any games like hardcore, so that's probably why a lot of my games are like more casual, but I prefer that anyway. I like games that like a player can sit down and play and enjoy right off the bat, and they don't have to spend 20 hours in to get good at it. And I like games that players can sit down and say, oh man, look at my friend who has this cool thing in this game. I want that thing. And they can do that within like a couple sessions, right? I don't want it to be like, if I have 150 hours in this game, I can get that thing finally. Like MMOs I love MMOs. And Swords of Magic was always like a baby MMO, because it was like, there's end game content, there's end game stuff, there's cool armor and cool gear you can get and everything, but those things are always obtainable within a few play sessions. They're never like hundreds of hours in, right? Because I always wanted like the cool armor and stuff in like MMOs, but I never had the time since I'd been a teenager to sit down and do that. Like I remember grinding reputation to get a mount in somewhere in like Burning Crusade in World of Warcraft, and I literally spent like probably 60 hours like just like farming rep to get like a specific mount I wanted. And now like there's no way I would have time to do that. So I don't want to make games that would require people to do that. I think I'm making games for people who are like who don't have time to play games. I think that's how all my games have been. They're more for like shorter game sessions and things like that. Anyway, super high skill gaps are a big problem in RTS. Yes, your average player gets stumped and never wants to play again, or stomped. Yeah, that's another problem too. Is like that's why I don't know if I want to make this PvP, because I kind of just want like the difficulty to ramp up, and I want players to be able to like progress. I'm kind of leaning toward like a campaign style, like long-winded game in this. Like I'm wondering if it should be like in chapters almost. So like you'll start playing and you'll get like a dialogue box that pops up and it's like two people talking, and it's like you and your like advisor or something, and she's like, or maybe it's like the Lich King or whatever, the the Shadow King or whatever his name is, the bad guy. And no, I think it'll be like the advisor, and she'll be like, the Shadow King's like at our at our step or whatever, like we need to act now or whatever. We should get some harvesters, or send our harvesters out or whatever to like get resources so we can start building our defense or something, right? And then like she kind of like walks you through it, like the first level, and the first level is like, oh no, the Shadow King has sent out some scouts or whatever, we should dispatch them before they reach our base. And then you learn to like put your people out there, right? And you destroy them or you defeat them, and then that's like the end of like the first chapter, like you won. And then it would like start, maybe not, because I don't know, it feels, maybe that should just be like a more long-winded like tutorial campaign kind of thing, and you get to the point where you're just like defeating the big bad guys or whatever, and you defeat the castle and you win. And then you just like, but like that's the problem, is like that's like the game, right? Do you feel like you need to play it again after that? Like, and if that takes like half an hour, which is the plan, like are you gonna keep playing this game? Because I really want this to be a game where you just like sit down and zone out to a movie or whatever and play a match for like half an hour, or play a couple of matches. Like I want it to feel pretty chill, which is the kind of the point of lane-based thing. You don't have to like manage all your units, you just kind of spawn them. That's all you do. And they just handle themselves, right? You can't even like, right now at least, you can't even like affect the combat in any way. And I'm sure that'll change, but still, like, you don't need to manage them. You don't have to baby them. You don't have to follow them around. Like, they'll just do their own thing. And they're probably going to die a lot, but that's fine. That's kind of the point. So, I don't know. Anyway, does the Unreal Engine's default terrain system carve out the ground to make caves or hanging arches? No, it does not use voxel by default. No, it's all just height-based terrain. So you can just go up and down with it. That's it. Will there be online Command and Conquer Red Alert 2? Yeah, I love that game. I have real good memories of that game. Yep, I played a lot as a kid. Around a year ago, I made a single-player RTS for a school project. Was a little bit rough getting things to work at least somewhat smoothly, but it ended up pretty decent in my opinion, especially since it was a 2-person project for over 10 weeks. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been wanting to make, so my dream RTS for a long time was like almost like a village builder, like a city builder thing. And the goal was like, you have this little village, it starts with like one little hut or whatever, and you have like 2 people, and each person, you click on them, like these are your units, whatever, and you click on them and it has like a whole bunch of information, like stats, backstory, like a name, right? Like visuals, everything, like gear, like their items and inventory and everything. It's like a turn-based, like party-based RPG, right? Like that, except it's a city builder or a town builder, whatever, or RTS, whatever. And your units are all very granular like that. Like you can see all the information about them, and you can have like these 2 units that you start with, whatever. Like I don't know, maybe they have like a baby or something, or you can like recruit more units or like find them, whatever. Some of them can become like fighters and adventurers. Some of them are just like our farmers, whatever. And you just kind of build out this town like that with very granular, very in-depth characters, and they walk around and do things, and you can manage them and select them and tell them to go places and equip gear on them and stuff. And they can like, whatever. And then there's like, the world is kind of like handcrafted, and then you would like send people out to like adventure, right? Like you'd be like, oh, you're a party of like 3 people, you're gonna go out and adventure, and you're gonna send them like out to like go into a dungeon or whatever. And I don't know if you'd be able to see the dungeon or not, or if they just like disappear into like a cave or something. I don't know. And then they come back out with loot, and then you decide like what to do with it. You can sell it to traders, or you can like keep it equipped or whatever. It just sounds like it would be a lot of fun, but also the more like I kind of dove into like how like thinking about making it, the more I realized like, is this going to be like crazy micromanaged if you have to like manage this many people's like gear and stuff? Like, is that like, it's going to get like to the point where it's like annoying, not even like fun anymore. So I haven't made it yet, but that's kind of like what my like I dream like RTS was. Obviously you have to be attacked by other things too, and like defend your village and build it up. But yeah, so it was almost like just like a really just like a city builder, I guess, more than an RTS game. But yeah, anyway. I don't remember where I was going with that. Like world first MMO hardcore, but I really like casual games. Dwarves Magic reminds me of Outward with better flow and exploration, but worse melee combat. Yes, I have played Outward. It is strange. I was really excited about it because I was like, oh my god, this is like it's a multiplayer like co-op RPG, like open world RPG. I was super excited about it. And the beginning of the game was really interesting because it was like, I had to make all this money to like pay for my house. But what happens if I don't? And it doesn't, like, you can. Like, you don't just like fail the game as far as I remember. You can just like not pay for your house, which is fine. And then like, I don't know, just was like truly like immediately just open world, like free form, like exploration. And I love that right off the bat. The problem is that like, I don't like the aesthetic. I don't like the art style. I don't like the character models. I don't like the theme. I didn't really like the world very much. Like it wasn't that engaging for me to go explore in that world. And I don't like the art style. Did I say that already? And I didn't love the combat. The combat felt a little janky to me. So the overall, like the game just felt kind of janky. And I just wasn't a big fan of it. Like I played it and I was like, I should love this. On paper, this is exactly the game I want to play. But I can't get past like all these little tiny things that I didn't like about it. And it's all just a style thing for the most part. Like it's not really like the game was bad or anything. So, are you trying to make 10K next month or 50K next year? Long campaign sounds involved. That long campaign will not take as long as you think it does. I'm faster than you think. If I'm gonna launch this game next month, I don't think we will. I don't know. We'll see. I think the goal right now is, I don't know. Gianna worked in retail for a long time, and so she knows kind of like sales trends because she managed all that stuff. So I was telling her, I was like, well, January is a terrible time to launch a game, so I have to wait till February. And she's like, February is our worst time to launch a game. And she was like, it's because January, at least people have gift cards to spend. So they're going to buy all, like everyone got Steam gift cards. They're going to spend that money in January. But February, they are out of money because they bought everyone gifts and they've spent all their gift cards. So no one's spending any money on February at all, except for Valentine's Day stuff. So unless you're making a Valentine's Day game, a dating sim or something, don't launch a game in February. So I don't know. I'm kind of afraid that we won't be able to launch until March if we take too long. So my goal was like, maybe we just launch this month. If we can get it finished this month and launch it, and then we just do like an update or something to add more content if we need it. So we'll see. But I need to get I'm probably going to be working on the Steam page like this week. So if you guys want to help contribute to the Steam page fund, there's that way. It's that way over there. There's a $100 goal for the $100 Steam page. You have to pay $100 to put your game on Steam. The only reason I have that up there because I can just pay it, not a big deal. But I have it up there because Swords Magic was funded on Twitch, the original like Steam page, and I just like that idea. To me, it says like there's value in the product and people are like what you're making, and so I like the idea that the games we make, the Steam page is funded by the community because they want that game, right? And if they don't want to fund it because they don't like the game, then obviously I shouldn't be making that game. I should move on to something else. So if this doesn't get funded, then maybe this was just a nice little prototype, and then we move on to something else. I don't know. The split screen may not be unique, but in that context, it's unique. Yeah, agreed. Feels like janky Dark Souls, but as you open the builds, that you realize it's more like Diablo 2. Yeah, I've seen a lot of I've watched a lot of like playthroughs and stuff too. I've seen some like end game stuff, and yeah, it's hard for me to get past the art, which is a shame. I shouldn't worry that much about that stuff. I didn't like it when I first played it, and I wouldn't recommend it to people. It's ultra janky and the aesthetic sucks, but it just fascinated me. Yeah, agreed. I agree. Spin-off for Valentine's Day called Irma's. Absolutely not, Matt. What are you doing? I've been wanting to try it again now that I have a better computer. Matt, maybe we should play it together. How much did you play? We need to play WoW together before my sub wears off. Expires. Okay, time to get these guys working. We're gonna add their production costs in. Okay, a basic unit. How much should this cost? And should it use 2 or 3 resources? I think everything should just take like 2 food. Like basic units, unless it's like a horse or something. Like something mounted would take like 6 or something maybe, because you have to feed a horse. I don't know. And then so 2 food, and then let's just do ore for this. Maybe just 2 ore, or maybe it should be more. Maybe it's like 6. I'm just afraid that units are gonna be too cheap, and then it'll be way too easy just to flood a lane. But I guess we'll find out. Let's try that at 6, and then a knight is gonna be upgraded. No horse. So let's go. Yeah, let's just do 3 food, and then we'll do. That was 6 ore, I think. We'll do 10 ore. 2 and 6, so 3 and 10 maybe. And let's do like 2 wood. It's a pretty big upgrade. They do quite a bit more damage, so I want to make sure it's worth it. And these, we can go through and balance these like way better right now later. I just want to like do something that kind of feels right, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Arcanist. Let's actually skip this. I'm gonna move it down the list more because it's kind of like more end game. Same with Pyromancer. Don't have the Ram, don't have Rogue, Paladin, Sharpshooters up here by the Bowman. So what else do we have? We have this. Okay, so we have Arcanist and Pyromancer. Okay, the Bowman is a super useful unit. They're as fast as the Footman, but they should do less damage, I think. But they are long range, or well, medium range, but still like they do range damage, which is huge. So let's give them 3 food. And let's do high wood. So let's do like 12 wood maybe, because I need arrows. Maybe do 15 wood. Make them kind of expensive. And maybe no ore. Let's do that. Sharpshooter, on the other hand, is even better. Oh, snap. Honest Dan Games is rating. What the heck? Welcome in, guys. What's up, Dan? How have you been, man? Sorry, it's Honest Dan Game. Has it always been Honest Dan Game? Wait, no, it is Games. Why is it cut off? That's funny. My bad. It's cut off on my screen. I don't know why. Am I okay? It's cut off on my screen. I am okay. I think I'm okay. My voice is going out. I've been talking too much today. We're trying to do balancing stuff. We're making a lane-based real-time strategy game called Dwarven Hold. This is your little Dwarven settlement. This is just like placeholder right now. This is going to be like a whole like Dwarven kingdom looking thing, hopefully, in this mountain. And the point is, like, instead of building buildings places, you just like repair and then upgrade these buildings to unlock new units, and then you spawn the units at one of these 3 placeholder portals, and then they follow these lanes. They just kind of like march along here and then attack this castle at the end, and then this castle does the same thing and sends units back, and when they run into each other, they fight each other. So it's like a it's sort of like creeps in like a MOBA game, like a Dota or League of Legends, in that sense, but also a little bit real-time strategy, because you're like deploying them in like real time at your speed using, yeah, I don't know, it's kind of neat. I don't know. We'll see if it's fun. I don't know if it's going to be fun yet. We're still in prototype phase. It's all working. We're just balancing units right now. I've been working on it for a few days. I think we're at like day 5 or 6 ish. I worked a little bit over the weekend. So, yeah, so like we'll spawn a harvester here. For some reason, when I click the spawn buttons, it freezes, like my character stops moving and I have to start moving again. It's annoying. So this harvester here, who's carrying a sack and some wood, because I haven't fixed that yet. He's gonna walk over here and start harvesting some wheat from this stuff here. And then once he has like 15, I think it is, then he will head back. The player can also go harvesting. So early game, it's really beneficial to run out and start harvesting all the stuff you need for your first few units. Oh, right. We were fixing it because the units are not actually costing us resources yet. So you can go harvest stuff until it is gone and it gets depleted and then it will respawn back in. Dan, sorry, what were you working on? How was your stream? Okay, a bit of a rough year, but we doing our best. Same, honestly. Not stream for yonks, but it's honest jam time. So we're streaming and jamming it up for charity till Sunday. Oh, that's awesome, Dan. What are you working on? What are you making? So we don't have enough wood or ore to, and ore is, oh, I guess ore is pretty easy to find if we just goes down the middle. To get a new building, but we can start building our, well, we haven't set these costs yet. Let's assume we have enough for this. And then we should have enough. Oh, we don't have any ore, right? So we need ore right off the bat to even get one unit out. Okay. Well, let's fix the resource cost for the units first so we can have a better idea of what we're actually costing. So that is going to be button unit, I think. This one. Looks great already, to be fair. Thank you. They're all purchased assets right now. I had an RTS pack laying around that I think almost everyone who has Unreal Engine or uses Unreal Engine has, because it was like given out for free like years ago. I think it's like 2 years ago. And I just kind of had it laying around. It's really low poly. I think it's a cute art style. It just doesn't quite match the rest of the world now, so I'm probably gonna end up replacing all the art for the village. And then some of these trees like don't quite match up, so I'm gonna try to replace the leaves on these trees eventually. I think it's probably good enough for what it is right now, but yeah, it could be better. I could also replace these bushes and trees just with more of these ones, but I wanted these ones to stand out as harvestable ones. So that's what they're doing right now. Maybe the bark could be the same color to help it blend a little better. Anyway, yeah, obviously the end castle here is pretty bad, but I'm excited about it because it's like this whole lane up here where you like go up here and there's like a little wooded area there where you can harvest. I don't know. I think it's gonna be fun. I hope it's gonna be fun. It might not be fun. General idea: crew of reptiles dock to large cargo ships to steal loot. One player is a commander that hacks into the cargo ship. Other players are looters who communicate with the commander to help navigate and avoid getting caught by sentry bots. Lethal Company inspired. That's amazing. So it's multiplayer. I would like to play that right now, please. Thank you very much. You know what? I literally just had a very, very similar idea for a game recently. But it was, I've always wanted to make a game, like a thief game, like where you play a thief. And I always love the idea. So at one point I wanted to do a D&D thief campaign where everyone plays a thief, but you like kind of like a different like subclass. You're like a rogue, but like a subclass rogue. And you like just do heists. That's like the whole D&D campaign. And I thought that'd be super fun. So that's kind of like where the idea came from. And I was like, that'd be really cool to make a video game where it's just like one player's like stealthing in, another person's like an assassin. They're good at like killing things. Then I realized that this is like, that game Hood, I think it is, like literally does the same thing. But I played it when it first came out and it wasn't quite what I wanted it to be. Because it's PvP and I don't know. It was weird because it was PvP. If it was like a PvE game, that'd be way more fun, I think. But anyway, yeah, it sounds really fun. Got the multiplayer basics started, Steam sessions and listen server interaction. That's awesome. How long is the jam? Rest of it's on paper or mid code. Awesome. Good. I loved the idea, but yeah, it fell short super fast. It was PvEVP. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too. It's just like I would have much rather just like played with my friends and done heists together. And done the PvE stuff, but the PvP stuff, like, it was exciting, but it wasn't quite there for me. Did you ever play did anyone ever play the Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer? That was super fun. So like everyone is an assassin, and I think you had targets, and I think the targets were the other assassins, right? Everyone kind of like had a target of each other, if I remember correctly. And you could like, everyone looked like there was like 10 different NPCs in the map, right? And your character looked like one of those. And so you had to like blend in with the other NPCs, otherwise you get busted. And it went like, anytime you saw someone running, you knew they were an assassin, and you could kill them. I don't remember if you got in trouble for killing them when you weren't supposed to, though. Maybe you lose. I don't remember. It's been a while. It was so fun, though. There's a donation? Oh, snap. Curses? How did I miss that? Thank you so much. Get the Steam game funded. Thank you. Thank you. That's super, super kind of you. That's awesome. You're amazing. I have heard of it, but not played it. You had to blend in with the NPCs. Yeah, it was really fun. It was fun, except the problem with it was that a lot of people were like, when I played it anyway, because it was on console, a lot of them were like Call of Duty players, you know what I mean? And so it was like, the concept of like stealthing and like being patient to get your kill was like lost to them. And so it would just like, most games would just like devolve into like this like run and like gun thing where everyone was just like running around the map, and there was like one ranged weapon you could get. It was like a throwing dagger or something, if I remember correctly. And like everybody just used that. So they would just sprint around the map throwing them at each other, and it was just kind of like, what is, like, this is not how you play this. It was really frustrating. But when you did get a good match and people actually knew how to like stealth and stuff, it was super fun. So, but that tends to happen with like a lot of games. What? Your mom is downstairs probably, and she'll let you out. I'm busy right now. Go find mom. The corgi wants outside. It didn't show in chat either. It just happened. I just happened to look at the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it's been doing that. I'm not getting. Yeah, it's Lux. I put her up here, but I'm wearing a gray shirt today, and she will just like, I'll look like I'm wearing a coat after that. And she's also really big now. She's a big doggy. Huh. Good girl. All right, go play. Go play. Go find mom. She'll let you out. Unless she's napping with Quinn. Okay, anyway, we're getting back to this. Focus time. Yeah, thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate it. That's $30. We're 30% of the way there. Almost. Close enough. Okay, unit spawn unit. Unit spawn button. When we spawn a unit, we start the cooldown. I think call on clicked. Okay, so this should be. Where am I doing this? This is that stupid chain we did last time we were streaming that was just like way too much stuff going on. Is this not happening somewhere else? Oh boy. I think it's in here. Unit spawned. Spawn unit. This will not work in multiplayer. Let's keep that in mind for the future. So we're not doing multiplayer as of right now, but I'm making notes of places where we're definitely not going to work in multiplayer unless we refactor. But I am leaning toward multiplayer in this game just because I think this would be way more fun against another player. But we'll see what happens. Okay, we're loading. Yeah, we don't do any sort of. We're not taking away the things at all. So let's do it in here. We'll manage it, I guess. And we'll do change resources, I guess. I don't know if I love this, but it's fine. we're still in prototyping phase, so it doesn't really matter all that much if we, you know what? I want to do this here, but I don't have access to the units information here unless I pull it up from the data table again, and I don't really want to get that again here. So let's just put it back on the button. Yeah, why not? Let's just put it here. It's like we already have all the data from the guy here. I guess I thought we did. Wait, do we not? Yeah, upkeep. Here, let's just make a function out of this actually. And we're going to call this spend resources. I'm assuming you're using Unreal Engine, Dan. You are. Looking forward to seeing how this comes along, dude. New projects can be great in progress so fast. Progress goes fast and feels exciting. Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping that by the time progress slows down and is no longer exciting, the game is done. That's kind of where I'm leaning right now. And if that works, then great, because that's kind of my goal right now for all future projects is like I just want them to be so fast that like I don't have a chance to fall out of love with them, I guess. And also I don't have a chance to fall in love with them. So I just hope that they just stay in that infatuation zone. And then by the time I'm like going one way or the other, it's like, well, it's done anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then I'll just release it and make a few bucks and then move on to another project because I just need to make some more money. And I would love to stay in games, and I really love to stay in indie games and solo and like working my own things or working on my own things. So gotta scope accordingly. If it picks up and gets popular, then put more time. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. If I launch it and it like blows up, makes, twice what I was hoping, then it's like, okay, I'll do an update, or if people are like, hey, this is great, but how about multiplayer? Okay, fine. We'll do an update. And it's small enough. I think multiplayer won't be a problem. And it's like, I'm not going to make it like competitive or anything. So it'll just stay casual. I'm not going to be too worried about like too much. I don't want to go too heavy on like server, authority and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay. So we should now be actually spending our money, right? Can I afford 2 of them? Wait, why can't I afford 2 of them? Oh, because it's 2, 2, 2. Oh, okay, so if you go the farmer route, you can spawn 2. But not if you do any other. That's kind of interesting. So starting with 2 farmers probably. And honestly, it's probably worth the 5-10 second cooldown to spawn 2 in the center lane. Because they're a lot faster than trying to get to... You have to get all the way up here versus getting here. So it's so much faster probably than going up there. So it's probably not worth spawning a second one in the lane. Until really mid lane is probably the best way to spawn all your resources or all your units until you need to defend the other lanes or you need more resources. So I wonder if like our other buildings should cost like substantially more resources to limit or to like force players to like do more harvesters. The problem with that is then we need to figure out, are we going to like have ways to get rid of the harvesters when you don't need the resources anymore and you're ready to like do a final push? Because we're going to clamp how many units you can have. You know what we could do? What if we just clamp how many harvesters you can have and then clamp how many units you can have on top of it? So that way they don't count. Because then we could just say like, oh yeah, you can only have 5 harvesters, right? And you can just decide where you want to put them. And then like, if you choose poorly and they'd survive that long, then oh well, you just chose poorly and that's it. But if you pick, and then you can still have like your other like 15 units on top of that, or 20 units, whatever we max it out as, on top of that. Maybe that's a good idea. You can never work in AAA. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried working in AAA, but I would like to try it. One, I think I'd learn a ton, and two, I would like to be able to tell people like, oh yeah, I worked on that game or whatever. Now they're floating. Before they were in the ground, and now they're floating. You can't tell when you're above them, which is nice, and that's the majority of the time you'll only see them from above, but that's okay. We'll fix that. What happens here? I think the workers are going to stop and fight this guy, which means that we're going to lose our resources. Yep. Oh no, we're not actually. The workers are actually going to kill this guy. It's just going to take forever to get our resources because they're too distracted with combat. I wonder, what do we do here? I think this is just like a quirk. Like this is just a quirk. I think this game's just going to have some quirks where it's going to just feel like arbitrary a little bit, but like that's just something you have. Because like, I don't know, our harvesters did some work there, you know, and he didn't turn out and fight them because he's already had a target. And then we just got our 21 wheat right there. Is he using tags to determine the nav pathing? No, they're on a spline. They literally just follow a spline. They're pawns. There's harvesters. These harvesters guys, they do have floating pawn movement, because they need to leave the spline to go do resource gathering. But all the other units, all the combat units, they're just on tick following a spline. That's all they do. They don't have any movement components on them. They're literally just rotating and then following a spline. And then when they run into a unit, they face the unit and attack. That's it. That's all they do. And then the ranged ones have a larger radius they can run into units with. That's it. So yeah, now both of our harvesters are dead. So they just killed both our harvesters and we have no resources left because we haven't been harvesting ourselves. So at this point, we lose the game. Oh, and here comes another warrior. So I guess at this point, our only option is to run out and get more resources. I mean, we haven't balanced anything else, so it doesn't matter. We can't even like buy barracks yet, but we have plenty of wheat. We don't need wheat. We need wood. But I think we lose here, which is fine. We're not really like playing, so that's fine. And if this was like gameplay, this is like incredibly slow. And I wonder, like, do we want it slow? You know, like how fast paced do we want this game to be? Here's a crazy idea. Crazy idea. What if this was more long term? What if these were like hour-long sessions? And it was like I kind of love in like League of Legends that you can like build your character. Sorry, my voice is going out. I need some water. I kind of love that you can like build your character and like over like a long period of time you build your character, but then you start over every match. So what if we added like RuneScape style like harvesting stuff going on? Oh, we lost. Where do you like level up as you're like harvesting or like fighting or something? And maybe you just do like damage just like other units do. So you're just doing like 3 or 4 damage per hit, which is kind of what they do. And so you can like go fight units and you like level up. That could be kind of interesting. Oh, please no, I hate how long matches take. Well, boss, but keep in mind, like, it might be annoying because like in League of Legends matches, like you can tell when you're starting to lose, and it's sort of like, well, I can bail on my team, I guess, and we definitely lose and just quit, and then I get a lever penalty or whatever, or I just like suffer through the rest of this, and I hate it when the other team like drags on, right? But that won't happen with this, because if you're gonna lose, you can just restart, you know. Or maybe there's like catch up mechanics too. Not catch up, catch up. We could put catch up and muster mechanics also sound pretty good. I've seen some interesting rules for general gameplay designers, prototypers, mostly at AA level. Let's see, I'm missing stuff. I have to be very hands-on with what I'm making and have lots of control. In your own character fight? Not yet, but I'm thinking it's gonna happen. Prioritize combat of 8 characters. Oh, I see what you're saying. So when you're saying when another character walks in their path, we should switch targets. We could do that. I just don't know if it's that important to do. I kind of like the idea that whoever gets attacked first gets attacked, because it almost gives the player like a very predictable. You know what I mean? Like it's very predictable. So players are like, okay, this guy is attacking first, so my tank's in front or whatever, right? Like my big knight guy is in front and he's attacking first. So I know that this healer that's going behind him is not going to get attacked, right? I kind of like that. It's very predictable and it's very easy to understand and it's very easy to like manage that. Whereas if we do like target swapping and stuff where, oh, my healer's healing, so now he's taking aggro, so now the other guys are attacking him. Like you don't have any control over what happens. So I feel like making sure that the player understands exactly what's going to happen, it's very predictable and very easy to understand and read, like makes more sense to me. So if the enemy gets to your base first and then your harvesters come up behind them, I don't want them to turn around and kill your harvesters, because like I think it just makes more sense that the downside of that is your harvesters are held up and they will not leave until that enemy is dead, because now that's their new goal. And I kind of like that. It's just predictable. I like that it's predictable. Requires a lot of varieties in unit building tech to support an hour-long game. Yeah, you're right. And maybe that's not worth it. I think Warcraft Rumble could take a bit longer, but they don't have as much resource gathering as this. You know, I should play that more. I played a little bit, but I relish the opportunity to catch up in game. There needs to be catch up now. I think tower defense game length would be good for good enough. I don't know exactly. I don't play a lot of tower defense games. What's a good one? Bloons, I guess. I play Bloons. Bloons is like what, like 10-minute matches, maybe 5-10 minutes. They're pretty short, aren't they? Just go get employed by monsters and memories. What's monsters and memories? I don't know what that is. Okay, let's do the rest of buildings. Okay, so these guys are at 10, 10, 10. Let's put these ones at, let's make these a little more so it takes a little while to get working toward them. So let's go wood. Let's do 20. And ore, let's do 20. And food, let's do 10. So the problem with this is that you're probably going to want harvesters gathering wood and ore first, so you can start working toward this building as soon as possible. I don't think it's going to take as long as we think it is. Okay, let's also do this one. So this one is our, oh wait, this one says it's a workshop, but it's actually our archery. Can we change the name of this? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, archery place should be pretty expensive. It's like mid tier, and then the mage one is like end game right now. So let's do wood and then ore and then food. So we'll do 40 maybe. Let's do 45, and then like 30 ore, and then what was the food on this one again? 10. We'll do like 20 here, I guess. Maybe 15. What I'm doing is I'm making food worth less for buildings, but you're gonna spawn units from them, and that's gonna take a lot of the food. So the food's still gonna be important. It would, and then ore. So here's another thing: is like this is where we could probably introduce another resource for magic. And we know what we could do is we could put a unique resource. What if we made a unique resource that only the player can harvest? Like, what if we put magic crystals and just like hid them around the map, so you had to go find them, and that's how you spawn like magic units? That'd be cool. That'd be crazy. Bloons is like the modern TD game. Yeah. If you're playing against others, not 10 minutes. I didn't know you could play against others in Bloons. Easier levels are 5 to 10 minutes. Harder levels can be 30 minutes. How is the PvP in Warcraft Rumble? I have no idea. They're all actually AI. I won all PvP. Yeah, so that's why I stopped playing Warcraft Rumble. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't like PvP in games. PvP in games makes me like really stressed out. I get really like nervous and like weird about it. I don't like the pressure. Why are these so far off? I thought they were, like I was looking earlier and I was like, they look like they're off, but I think it's just an illusion, but it was not. An optical illusion. Okay, anyway, let's do like 65 wood. This is like end game stuff, and do like like 80 ore, I guess, and like 40 food. That's like end game stuff. And then this is a market which helps you produce more stuff. So let's do 20, let's do like 30 food, 30 wood, and 30 ore, I guess. So that like, and also we should probably modify this now that I think about it, because I think it's kind of broken. Every 5 seconds we generate 1 resource. This might be broken. Get number of entries in enum resources. So that should be 3. There's only 3 resources. So first index is 1 to 3. This needs to be 1 minus, or no, wait, that should work. Yeah, 1 to 3. Oh, then we're getting an index though. Oh no, index minus 1. Wait. Are we doing this? I'm looping through this. I'm taking a weighted bool, 1 divided by max, which was 3, minus the integer we're on, or the index we're on. So the first time would be 1. So 1 divided by 1 is 1. So we will always get that one. I think what I was trying to do was make this so the first index, this needs to be a reverse loop. And I think what I wanted to do is take like 1 divided by 3, which would be 0.33 repeating. And that would give me a 30% chance to get the first one. The second time would be 0.5, so 50% chance to get the second one. And then the last one would be a 1, which means like you'd have a 1 in 3 chances to get them. That it's smart. I think it's smart, but it needs to be a reverse loop. And I don't think we can do. I can do reverse for each loop, but not a reverse loop. I guess that's fine. I guess we can just make a local variable for our resources. It just means if I expand it later, I'll have to remember to add this in. So that kind of sucks. So that would explain why we're only getting ore from this. I like light PvP. I don't do. So you know what's weird is I love PvP in Overwatch. Excuse me. I played a. Oh my god, my voice is like gone. Let me get some water. We're back. I've returned and I have water. Okay. I mostly PvE and MMOs and stuff, although I used to PvP and WoW. Yeah, I like Overwatch. Well, okay, let me say that again. I used to like playing Overwatch a lot until Overwatch 2 came out. Now I don't play it anymore. I refuse to give them money for that garbage or time. Okay, check out. Hopefully this works now. Now we're reversing. And then we should be randomizing now. Okay. You know, this is stupid. There's a better way to do this. If we're just gonna do this anyway, there's no point in doing a reverse loop. Let's just get random. We can also just get a random number. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Why did I must have done this late at night, and I must have been like, oh, this is so clever. Like, this is such a clever way to do this. I think I still need the list of resources though, which kind of sucks. Oh, you know what? That's why I did that, because I don't have a list of resources. Yeah. Do you think can you just get like, if I just have a variable? So if I have this variable, can I just do like byte? And then how do I do this? Can you do this? Someone help me. Can't you just use a map? No, I mean, I could, but I don't want to use a map. That also defeats the purpose. I'm trying to avoid having a local variable or like thing here, right? Like, I'm trying to avoid doing this, because if I go back in and add 10 resources later on, I don't want to have to keep adding them to this list in various places. So I just want to get all of the resources, or all of them, and then pick one randomly. Random enum entry. I get a random return from an enum. For loop, get number of entries, random integer, int to byte, byte to enum. Okay, so there you can do it. Okay, so I was close. Is a random integer just? Oh yeah, that's cool. I don't think I've ever used this. Just with a max. That's clever. Yeah, and then this goes to this. Wait, what is this though? Resource. I knew there's a way to do it. I think I've done this before. It's just not a common thing I use. And then I don't need either variable. Cool, that should work. Hold on, let's test it by setting this up to do this every 1 second. And then what's it cost? 30. Let's make it 0, 0, 0. We needed like a debug free button or something, or like just a button that just gives us resources, I guess. Yep, seems random to me. Cool. I wonder if 5 seconds is probably way too fast, right? Let's do 10. We can always like make this into a variable as well, and then we can like improve it, right? So you can like upgrade the market and you'll get like 1 to 2 resources every 8 seconds instead of 10 or something. Like that would be a fun like I think there's a lot of potential for like upgrading things and improving things. The problem is I'm just a little worried that the base like game is not going to be fun. Like, and that's like because you don't have enough like knowledge of the map. I kind of think when the map was like this big and you had the enemies units right here, then it was like a different story. Also, here's another proponent for the campaign thing. We could also have like skirmishes where there's like smaller maps, right? It's so like I made this whole map in one day. Like if we made like a small map that was like this size, right? And you had like one enemy base and just one lane, and then you had like 2 buildings, whatever you can upgrade in here, and then like some resources, whatever. Then suddenly you've got a totally different like type of game where you've got like that's a super small like skirmish kind of thing. And then you can teach the game on like a smaller map like that, exact same mechanics. You just, and then you like move to another map. You're like, cool, you defeated that guy and you did a thing. Now let's head back to Dwarvenhold and we'll you know, we'll meet up with the commander or something. I don't know, it doesn't matter, or the king or something, you know, report back to the king or whatever. And then you can do like the big one. So like we could do that kind of thing too with a campaign where like a tutorial where you have like a smaller one. And we can even have a map with like 2 lanes, you know? Another idea was we had 3 different factions and they each had 2 lanes going to each faction. So it was like a big crisscross thing. And you just like, you could even have like crossing lanes, which would be kind of cool. Where like the lanes cross and like they meet in the middle and they fight. It's like, you know, Hot Wheels style. That'd be kind of fun. Feature creep. That sounds so cool, actually. Yeah, I guess you can have a small map like that as the first level. That's what I was, if we do the campaign thing, I think that's the way to do it. Instead of just putting the whole campaign on one map, we'll just have like 3 or 4 maps where just like we grow up and like expand and like the maps get bigger and bigger until you get to like the final one and it's like this huge thing, and then like that's like the main game. I think that would be fun. And then I guess you could just like when you play the game, you could just pick whichever map you want to play on, right? It also could be kind of fun too, because you could have maps where it's like, oh, this is a scarce resources map. There's only like, you know, a few resources here and there or whatever. Or this map, you only have ore in this area. And, you know, like, I don't know, we could do lots of different little things like that. And then just obviously make each map like look different. We could have like a snowy map and an all desert map and an all, you know, forest map. I don't know. Build a bridge to connect 2 lanes or enable some shortcut. Yeah, we thought about that too. The problem is that lane jumping is going to be very difficult to do. Lane jumping is going to be really difficult because the way the lanes are calculated is a percentage-based thing. So they move along the lane based on this spline, right? Based on their percentage along it. So if we do a thing where they can like jump lanes, oh my god, this spline is going to be such a pain to manage to like get them to stop floating. Maybe I wonder if there's a better way. Maybe, oh, you know what we could do? Duh, this is dumb. We should just do a line trace from above the character's head or like some unit above that traces down to landscape and then put their Z at the landscape. That way the spline doesn't have to be perfect at all. It'll just always be perfect. No, it's not a fixed speed. I thought about doing that, Sky, but I don't know how to do it. I didn't know how to do it. And it doesn't matter anyway, because yeah, like, I don't know. I guess we could do a thing where it's like just move forward and then just turn on the lane or turn on the spline. Like, I guess we could just, but like the problem is like, how do you tell it which part of the spline to turn at? So the only way I had to do that is like, you have to actually like have it on the spline, right? So you take like a percentage of the spline, which is like, well, at that rate, we may as well just snap it to the spline. Islands would be cool. That's a fun idea. Yeah, that could be really fun. I also really do like the idea of like different points too. So like if we put like a tower here or something and you like the first thing you do is you get to that tower and you defeat it, right? Then you capture that tower and then like maybe, I don't know, maybe that, I don't know, whatever. And then like, because you have a tower there, maybe you like have, maybe we just capture a tower and it's now our tower defense game, right? So maybe we just put a couple random towers around the map and maybe the player just builds them, you know? Screw it. Maybe the player just comes up and builds the tower and then now it's there. And then that tower can be like, maybe it has to be manned. I don't know. Maybe it unlocks a new unit and then you can like spawn them and they like spawn in the tower. Maybe the tower is like actually on the path, and then the other enemy units defeat it. So you have to like keep your towers up too. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just keep this going and see if this is playable first. Okay, I think we're good. I think all of our units are balanced. Did we get through? We got shoot through sharpshooter, I think. No, we did not. Okay, so sharpshooter. What did the bowman use? Bowman was at 3 food and 15 wood for arrows. I guess that makes sense. So sharpshooter, let's do 6 food. I think food needs to ramp up because we're gonna have so much food. Whatever, let's just try it how it is. And then wood will be like 15, and then we'll also do ore because they're like using, you know, heavy weighted arrows or something. I don't know. So now they're like twice as expensive as a bowman. And then with the arcanist or arcanist, whatever, we'll keep them at 6 food, and we'll do like 20 wood and like 15 ore, maybe 10 ore. And then pyromancer is the upgraded arcanist, so we'll do 3. We'll do food, wood, and ore. Let's do like 30 here. We'll make these guys really expensive. 20 wood and like 8 food, I guess. Sure. And then these guys aren't in yet, but they will be going in eventually. I just want to play the game with the base guys, and then we'll go from there. Like, I think the priest is going to be fun. Like, I love healing in games, and like I always love when a game has like a healing focused strategy you can do. So you can like flood like the map with like a bunch of priests and like keep all your guys alive forever. I love that kind of stuff. So we'll definitely be doing that too. Just adds more complexity, but whatever. MVP first, exactly. You know, this actually reminds me a lot of Age of War, that old Flash game. I don't know if I've played Age of War. Invisible points along the road by pathfinding between them. So that would work, except it's a lot more expensive. And if we have like 60, 70 guys on screen, it's going to get really laggy. But if you do, like, pathfinding is expensive. So our pathfinding is only here in the center, and it doesn't need to be here in the center. It's only for these points right here, and then up here, these points right here, because the harvesters use pathfinding, but they use very simple floating pawn pathfinding. They don't use like character movement components. Those are very expensive, and they get really, really laggy after you get too many of them on the screen. So I'm trying to avoid them. So none of our units use them except the harvesters, and they only use the floating pawn, which is way cheaper than character movement components. And they only turn them on and use them when they get to here, when they hit this point right here. So these points, there's these little red circles. This guy here, it looks worse when I highlight it. This circle is a, this turns on pathfinding, and then they go to one of the resource nodes that they're looking for. And then same with up here. And then there's going to be one down here, but this lane isn't ready yet. This lane's pretty much just empty. So I don't want to do any more level design on that lane until we have this like working and functional. Okay. I think we can play it. I think we're ready to play it. I don't know about balancing on the enemy team, so we'll see what that feels like. This is going to take a lot of balance. Okay. Starting off, screw it. Let's go with wheat. I think this is a good place to go. We're going to put 2 in the center, because I think that's the best strategy. Because I don't want it to defend two different ones either. And then, yeah, we're going to immediately rush and go get lots of wood and ore as fast as possible. They're going to handle all the wheat, because by the time they get back, they'll have 30 more wood, or 30 more food. So we just want to harvest all the wood we can. And we'll have we'll do an animation or whatever when you're harvesting, I think. And then we'll have like the tree like shaking, you know, and then we'll like explode it or whatever when you're done. How much do we need here? Let's just get 30. I'm tempted to just get the market, but that's only 10. It's every 10 seconds. So I don't know if it's worth it early game like this. Okay, we're going 30. So we'll get 30 ore. I'm pretty sure that the enemies are going to be spawning any second now, which means we need to get as much ore as we can so we can go put up our barracks and start and get ready for defending. I'm a little worried. Oh man, this ore is like really bad to harvest. We should have gone up around the top. Oh, I can just stand here. The nice thing is you can just sit and just hold the button, which is kind of nice. Oh, there's an archer. Okay, well, we're going to be kind of screwed now because archers are going to be really... They're pretty good against the footmen. I hope our little guys have wheat coming back because we need it now. And hopefully there's no horsemen along this path right now, or we're probably in trouble already. Oh god, there's 2 more archers spawning up top. Yeah, without knowing who's spawning, it's really difficult so far. I don't need, like, I didn't have to run back. I don't know what I'm... Oh yeah, I do. I do have to run back because I need to upgrade. Oh, I don't have stuff because I... Guys, hurry up with your stupid wheat. So yeah, they're really slow. You can't really rely on harvesters early on. Because like I can run all over here, I bet you, and gather the wheat I need before they even drop it off. Are they only dropping off 10? Oh, their inventory must be 10. I thought it was 15. It wasn't even worth it. Like, I could have just went and harvested that myself, but I didn't run over here like crazy. Okay, we have these guys now. Okay, and we can do our tank guys. Hold on. Sorry, full screen's going to be laggy, but I need to see these and I can't read them. Why are those so small? Oh, there's 3 of them. We'll fix that. 3, 10, and 2. So we can spawn 2 of these guys. Oh, we didn't change the ore resource icon. So far, I know there's a bunch of archers up top, so we need one up top. Let's just do it now. Ah, that stupid thing. And we need a little more ore. And then we can spawn another one, I think. I want a couple tanks because they're... Yeah, here comes more guys up top. I assume there's guys coming down the middle and the bottom, too. I mean, it's stressful. Oh no, there's a guy in the middle. Oh no, he's gonna kill my harvester. No! The harvester is definitely dead. Oh man, okay, so it's definitely gonna be hard right now. And I sent guys up top and I have no idea how they're doing. Like, I would love to know, like, oh no. 2 archers just smoked him. Okay, I think it's too hard. We can probably reduce the spawn time of the enemy. Oh man, and we don't have any ore. We don't have anyone. We have an archer down here attacking. We have no ore coming in. We don't even have the resources to buy a thing. Okay, it's really hard right now. I kind of want to push this. This game looks like a lot of fun. Really? Adder, I appreciate that. This is the very first like actual official attempt to play it, and we're getting wrecked. Like, it's over right now. We cannot win this. Okay, so the balance is way off. It's way too hard. So I wonder, do you guys think it's because we need, like, the enemy should spawn less, or do you think it's because our resources should be gathered faster? Faster resources means that we need to, like, the game will be faster. Slower enemy spawns means the game will be, well, I guess so. Okay, let's start with enemy spawns. Seem to be coming too quick for sure. Yeah, I think so too. So I think how I have it set up is the enemies, there's a spawner. The enemy spawner, this is all done in code. I don't have any access out there. Okay. So 60 seconds before the first wave starts. I think that was probably a good amount of time. Maybe we do 90. Let's do 75 for now. Because I probably, if I had a little more time to get a few more resources, that would have been handy. Because I'd like to get at least, I don't even know if the harvesters are worth it early on. I think they're too slow. I'm okay. So that first attempt did give me gave me a little bit of hope, because yesterday and this morning I was like racking my brain thinking like, is this gonna be fun? Like, is this even gonna be fun at all? Like, I don't even know if this is gonna be like viable as a game. So I was really starting to get worried that I wasted like 5 days prototyping all this just to find out it wasn't gonna work, which is fine. Like, that's what a prototype's for. And if I wasted 1 week making a game that wasn't very good, I could always just throw it on itch and be done with it. Or hell, we could just throw it on Steam and call it $3 and be like, here you go, here's a dumb little game, have fun, and maybe it'll make $500. You know, great. Give a starting turret. There's no turrets. There's no towers or turrets. Already looks fun. Well, I'm planning on getting this test build out to players or to testers today. So that's why I was trying to balance this today. And we wasted like 2 hours just chatting about dumb stuff. I shouldn't have done. I would play it. Cool. A good $15 game. I'm thinking like I was going to go with like $7.99. I was thinking $7.99. You'd pre-order it? You have faith in me? Wow. I've never made a strategy game before, so I don't have faith in me, but I appreciate that. But yeah, that first little taste of like the little bit of like stress and anxiety of like, are there enemies coming? I almost kind of like not knowing where they're at. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost kind of fun. That's awesome, Adder. I wish I had the Steam page up and you could wishlist it right now. Maybe that's kind of that kind of tells me I should probably be working on that. Okay, spawn cooldown plus a random 0 to 15 seconds. So the spawn cooldown for the units, I think is actually on the units. Wait, is it? Oh no, okay, yeah, so we have an enemy spawner. Let's open this up. Enemy spawns. We have 2 things here. Okay, so maybe this is not a good way to do this, but this is how I have this done right now. So, it's set up so we can change these spawns based on for difficulty. So like level 1 is like, oh, we only spawn like one little undead scout, whatever, right? And then at level 2, now we start spawning riders in, we start whatever, you know. So what we could do, let's do this. Let's just make a new one. This is the first tier, and we'll do this based on like how many spawn or maybe time or something. So this is going to be tier 0, I guess. This is like intro tier. So what do we want to spawn initially? Let's just spawn like one warrior. What are they called? Undead warrior, I think. Units. Undead warrior. I should have used data assets so I don't have to type things in, but it's too late. And then how often do we want to spawn them? I'm thinking like every 15, 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. I have extra love for RTS, as my first AAA job was all RTS all the time. Oh, that's awesome. What game did you work on? Fishbots. Also, welcome in. I will admit that I do not play a ton of RTS games. I actually kind of prefer going into making a game without a ton of experience. Like, I want to know the basics, but it feels like to me, the more experience you have in a game, the more like stuck in that routine you are. And so I like to make games that are a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, because I feel like I can experiment a little more and try things that haven't been tried before, and that kind of just shakes things up. So and unfortunately, my main project, I did not do that. I'm very much in the realm of that game, so I don't know, it's whatever. But yeah, so I'm trying to experiment with RTS, so it's less RTS and more, I don't even know what I guess it is RTS still. I'm excited about it though. If you were to add some quality features of the game to improve the desire to play more, I think $15 is good, but you absolutely sell if it's priced less, especially for RTS. Yeah, I think it'll take a lot more stuff to put in before we get to like that level. We have a bunch of feature creep items, like towers that act like junctions to switch lanes and have like tower abilities, you know. Permanent progression on the player, so they can get like they have a skill tree and like weapons or whatever. Another thing is, we're dwarves, right? These are all feature creep. But we're dwarves, and the whole game is about dwarves, so I feel like we need a crafting system of some sort, like some sort of like overarching progression where you like level up like between matches, which I think would be really fun. So maybe we look at like some sort of like crafting prestige system or something where you like your dwarves like get better at crafting things, and maybe like that improves like units overall, or we have like a almost like a Vampire Survivor sort of like crafting system that like just has like passive perks that you just spend a bunch of experience in that you gain during playing the game. I don't know, something like that. Oh my god, I have not been listening or paying attention to YouTube. I'm so sorry. MMOs have become a social responsibility to raid and get gear. Why have one job when you can do exactly. Did you check this this month's free stuff? There is a forest environment. Yeah, I did see that actually. I'm thinking about jumping in and seeing if the trees are a better fit than what I have. I really like my pine trees, but I'm not 100% sold on the other trees. What's up, game night? New here, just looking around. Cool. Well, we're making a lane-based real-time strategy game where you build and upgrade buildings and harvest resources in order to unlock units, and then you spawn them on one of 3 lanes to attempt to attack the enemy castle, and then they're AI and they're doing the same thing. So they're randomly spawning on different lanes, and then if your units meet, they fight each other in the middle. It's all automated, and you kind of just watch it happen. But we're just building a prototype right now. I've only been working on this for like 5 days, but today we finally got it like fully functioning and it's like playable. So now we're doing a little bit of balancing to try to get it to like a state where it's like fun to play, or at least like play it like doable. And then it's going to go out to some testers, ideally. Yeah, and then we'll balance and tweak more, and then maybe add some feature creep because the MVP is kind of in. Sorry, allergies are crazy today. Reminds me of the old World of Warcraft or Warcraft 3-lane Tower Wars. I have never heard of that or played it, but it's kind of funny to me because the lanes were kind of based on the idea of like League of Legends and Dota, which all came from like you know, Warcraft. Defense of the Ancients, the mod, yeah. And it's kind of funny because I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have like a real-time strategy game, but with like lanes, like in Dota or whatever, or MOBA, or in League of Legends, where the creeps like spawn and like follow the lanes, right? And then you just like you spawn them, like you're in control of spawning them. And it like clicked for me, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that MOBAs literally came from real-time strategy games. So it's like I'm just reinventing a wheel that was already like fixed. You know what I mean? Like they were like, oh, it'd be so much better if it was like this, and they made that. And now I'm like, wouldn't it be better if it was actually like it was before? So I'm like remaking it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but I don't see there's like nothing else on the market like this other than like mobile games. There's a couple mobile games that are similar to this, but not like to this extent, I guess. So we'll see what happens. Nice to see someone making progress in Unreal Engine today as I bang my head against its internals. Yeah, Fishbots, I feel you. My main project is in that state right now. I'm in the middle of reverting a whole bunch of C++ that is not working for the project right now. So yeah, it's kind of been a nightmare, and now I have to like redo a bunch of performance stuff I was doing, and it's just I'm kind of avoiding doing it, but I've got to get it done because we have a big update coming at the end of the month. So I've got like 15 days to get it done, basically. But I work better under pressure, so we're working on this for now. I'm hunting crashes in the deep internals again today. Oh, fun. Did you say what game you worked on? Universe at War. Oh. I think I've heard of it. I don't think I've played it, though. You don't make the AI perform the same actions as players. No, I don't. They're cheating. My current AA job is working on games I do not play often, and it's been really great for both the team and myself. Outside, unbiased perspective on a genre is fantastic, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I made a horror game several years ago now. It's been like 4 years now, I think. Called Isabel. It's up on itch. You can play it. It's free. It's like a 10-minute experience. It's really short, but it's okay. It's not super scary. I played it, or I made it in 7 days. I'd never made a horror game before, and I do not play horror games. I like horror movies. I don't like being in control of the character when the horror happens because I freak out. So I'm not great at horror games. I played a few just to like get an idea. Like I think I played like an old Amnesia game. I don't remember. Anyway, so I made a horror game and I had no idea what I was doing making horror games. So I made like a candle that you can carry around, right? But I was like, wouldn't it be cool if you had to hold, like physically hold the candle? So you have to hold the mouse button down to carry it. So I did that because I thought that would like add to the tension. You have to actually hold this, because if you freak out and let go of it, you drop your candle and you have to reach down, like look back down and pick it back up, which would be like, oh my God, like I don't want to like, I dropped my candle, that sucks, right? So I thought that was a really good idea, but the problem is that you also have to click to open doors, and there's like some doors with like the big wooden like bars on them, you know, you have to lift up. So you have to grab those and lift them up. It's all physics based. So you have to put your candle down on the floor because you only have one hand, I guess. And then I should have made it so you just had two hands, so you could just like carry one in each hand or whatever and grab things. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, so you just like, you have to put your candle down on the floor, drop it, and then you pick up the bar or whatever and take it off the door. And then like the biggest problem is like later on there's a locked door and you have to have a key. Well, you can't carry the key and the candle at the same time because you only have one hand, I guess, in this game. And so I didn't like think any of that through because I never really played horror games before. And I was like, this is gonna be fun. And then by the time like I realized like how bad it was like too late. So I launched it, but it was played by Markiplier and Jacksepticeye in a YouTube video. So like there's evidence of my game being played by big old YouTubers out there, and they seem to love it. So I mean, oh well, but like yeah, like I would have never done that if I'd played horror games first. So there's good sides and bad sides to it, right? Like I was able to kind of shake things up and do things because I watched a lot of horror movies. So I was able to like kind of take like pointers from that, like building tensions and stuff that you don't necessarily always see in like games. I played a lot of horror games that just kind of like start you right off in the deep end, and it's like you're scared for like 5 minutes and then it's like over. So I feel like a lot of like movies don't do that because they have to build that tension and keep you hooked. So I feel like I did that pretty well. Like I built the tension. I told a cool story. There's like journals you find through it. Would have been nice to have voice acting and stuff, but I had 7 days. So anyway, so yeah, I've made a lot of games outside of the genre that I'm good at. I've actually made a real-time strategy game before too. It's just really bad. It's also on itch. It's called A Plague Tale. No, not A Plague Tale. What's it? Plague Tale is a different game. What is it called? Plague something. Tiny Plague. It's this game. It's not very good. Don't play it. This was made, I think, in 7 days too. Oh, 72 hours for Lumdare. And it's bad. You have a caravan at the top, and it's delivering medicine, I think, to you. So that's your time. You have to like stay alive during that time. And all of the people have like a plague or a corruption, and they're slowly dying. And you can heal them. They go gather resources, right? You build these little huts, and it spawns a person. They gather resources. The more people you have out, I think the faster they die or something. I don't remember how it works. And you use the resources to build more huts. And then you use, yeah, I don't remember how it works. But basically, you just want to keep all your people alive. I think you can like sacrifice people, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think you can like sacrifice them, and when you sacrifice someone, it gives all the health that they have left, splits it to all the other people. So if you like sacrifice this logger guy, they'd all get a big chunk of health, but then they'd all drain at like the same speed. So like you want to like be careful with your sacrifice. I don't remember how it worked. It's a long time. I made it a long time ago, but I don't know. I guess it was a good attempt at like a real-time strategy game. It wasn't really very good though. Made a Plague Tale? No, I did not. I wish I did. I actually love that game. That was a really good game. I haven't played the sequel yet. I have it. It's on Game Pass. I think I actually even have it downloaded. I just haven't played it yet. I don't have time to play games. Which is why I probably was really stupid for playing a month of WoW. Because I really wanted to play hardcore. And I did for like 3 days. And I was like, okay, I have to go back to work now. And I went back to work. Okay, anyway, enemy spawns. Okay, so first one, we're gonna do Undead Warrior every 30 seconds. Okay, and then after a few minutes, we're gonna switch to level 1. So this will just be every 30 minutes, every 30 seconds. So that's level 0. Level 1 we're not gonna do Scout, we're gonna do Warrior again. And let's spawn him every like 30 seconds is fine. No, let's do 20. 20 seconds. That might be too fast. And then let's add a new one that we can also spawn, and this is going to be... No, it's okay. Let's duplicate this one. Wait, can I not do that? Duplicate. And then duplicate again. And then there's a chance that we'll spawn 2 warriors at a time. And that'll be a 30, or let's just do a 30-second cooldown on that one, so that'll be a little bit harder. So we'll 1/3 of the time, once we hit past like the first like 2 minutes or whatever, we'll be spawning, we can have a chance to spawn 2 warriors at a time. In level 2, we'll introduce not the riders, we're gonna get rid of the riders. It's too much. Undead scouts, we'll do 20 seconds. Now let's do 35 seconds for the first undead scout, because we don't want to, they're pretty rough. They're the range guys. 2 undead warriors, we'll do 20 seconds again. An undead warrior and an undead rider. Let's get rid of the, actually, let's just get rid of the warrior on this one. We'll do a rider and we'll do 40 seconds. So every 40 seconds there can be a rider. And then this one, listen. Undead warrior for 4 seconds. Let's do, that's definitely a problem. Let's do, it's 4 seconds plus 0 to 15 seconds. Oh, snap. Thanks for the raid. Good time zone. This is an art raid. An art raid. Welcome in, artists. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. What were you working on? Do you have a link to share to some of your art stuffs? This is more of a programming. Well, I don't know. I'm not doing a programming really today, I guess. So I guess I'm not doing art either though. This is a level design or a game design stream, I guess. Because we're just doing design stuff today. Boring design stuff though. We don't want to spawn 2 scouts ever, so let's just get rid of that. Or, you know what, let's do it. Let's do it with like a 60-second cooldown on that. Now, here's the thing we need to think about though, is that once we spawn one of these, it's a cooldown for all the other ones too. They're not on their own individual cooldowns, which means that if we spawn something like the 2 things, whatever, you'll have 60 seconds to deal with them before something else spawns. I think that's fine though. Let's try this new balance, but then let's add one more feature in. So I guess, never mind, I lied, we are doing some coding today. I want to do a new custom event. This is going to be a lapsed time, or like, what do we call this? Difficulty. Let's call this start difficulty timer. I can't see what I'm typing. Here we go. We're gonna do set timer by event, and we're gonna do every 1 second looping. We're gonna do custom event, add difficulty score. You know what? Hold on. Let's not do that. Let's just do every 60 seconds. Let's do 120. Every 2 minutes we'll go up in difficulty. Does that sound right? Every 2 minutes we'll go from 0 to 1 to 2. Maybe that's a little too fast. Maybe let's do 240. Let's see how that does, and we'll go from there. Okay, and then we have a difficulty unit spawn index. What is unit spawn index? How many we're spawning? Why do I not put like notes on things? We're setting it back to 0 every time we spawn, so it's the number of things we've spawned. Right, so we know how many we spawned. Okay. So let's make a new one called difficulty score. Make an integer. And this will be like, we can easily like adjust this number to make the game harder and easier too, which is kind of nice. And we'll just do increment. And then we need to clamp this to get number of entry. No. Get data table row names. And this is going to be our enemy spawns. And we do length. and we're going to clamp it to this because we don't want to go over the number of entries there are. So 0, we'll start at 0, and then we increment to that. Yeah, okay, that'll work. We just need to call this. So start diff timer. Okay. Okay, so now we have 75 seconds before the first wave starts, and the first wave is just going to spawn like a single unit, basically. So let's try this again, and let's see if this is more playable than it was before. So my first focus is going to be getting resources, so I'm going to try to get all 3 of these in since I think we have a little extra time now. And then I want to get the new people in here. Or then we want to start working on getting some basic units. Let's see. Line Tower Wars video. If you are interested, I just glanced. It looks okay. You'll get the idea. Closer to tower defense games. Clicking. Muting. Clicking through. Oh, right. I forgot this was the mod. Is this a mod or just like a custom game mode? My gosh, I love that, like, the text, like the font in Warcraft was this Warcraft 3? I assume it was. Is like this, all the same colors that World of Warcraft uses and everything. It's so good. I miss old Warcraft stuff. Oh, interesting. So yeah, so you're building your own like tower defense maze. That's pretty cool, I think. It's kind of incredible that they had like dynamic pathfinding like that for that many units back then. Like, how do they do that? With all those animations playing? That's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess it's similar, but you're just putting towers down. Yeah, I think it's more tower defense for sure. Anyway, okay, let's test it. You made it. It was a really good game. I haven't played the sequel either. Doing 3 December, an art 3 December. Oh, got it. Art challenge hosted by Sketchfab. Ah, why? That sounds super fun. Like I always September rolls by and I'm always like, oh, here's a Sword Timber post, and I'm like, oh no, it's like the 28th. I can't do Sword Timber anymore, and it makes me really mad that I missed it because like that's my jam. I also do 3D art. I didn't make the art in this game, just so you know, but I did do the art in Swords of Magic, as you probably know, since you have it wish listed. Custom game mode for my recollection. Cool. Okay, pressing play. Here we go. All right, first thing. Oh, wait. Okay, let's just get one harvester in. Screw it. Let's just do a second one on the top lane. We only have to defend one lane when the guy spawns, but we don't know when he spawns. You know what we could do? What if we just have like alerts that says like enemy warrior spawned to top lane? Sorry, my voice. Hang on. Because if you had alerts like that, then you would at least like know, okay, top lane, I gotta start defending. Maybe that would be enough. That might be enough to like get you. It's kind of funny, no matter how many resources are in here, like I think they respawn at like the perfect rate. And the same spot can be a kill feed. Yeah, I kind of like that. Do we just throw it in like the bottom right corner then, in that case? Or bottom left corner, doesn't matter. And I think we should show castle health too on the screen at all times. You shouldn't have to run over to the castle to see the health. And maybe we should even have like a units. Oh, what if we have a list of all your units like along the bottom? So you can see all the units you have and they can like flash red when they're in combat. And then we can show like damage or like just a kill feed, I guess. So, okay, 56 is probably plenty. We just did 2 harvesters too, so I really should have been focusing on wood. I kind of like that. Maybe we should add that in real quick. Oh. I'm dumb. Sorry, we had to stop. I just remembered something. the next wave thing, we're just getting this row, which is just row 2. So we're going to do almost the exact same thing we were doing last time. We need to go in here to string, and then this can go to name, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Okay. So now we're going to start at 0. Okay. All right, let's do the kill feed really quick. Or not a kill feed, let's do the spawn feed. At the very least, you know what we should do is like,
hey, listen.
I'll be off. Happy blueprinting. Thanks, Liberry. Thank you so much again for the raid. Appreciate it. Enjoy your 3 December. Have fun. The resources were income. Summoning units would increase your income permanently. So it was about balance between short-term defense versus long-term gains. So it looks very different than this, but first thing I thought of, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. That in the same spot. Yep. Okay. Maybe an arrow on the right side of the screen pointing out towards the lane that they're going towards for a few seconds. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Like that just kind of like slides along the edge to show like where the enemies are at. Maybe we could, it'd be kind of nice to have that when combat happened. Like when combat was happening, there was just like an arrow with like maybe like a 2 swords crossing and like an arrow that pointed toward it, like on the edge of your screen. And then if there was combat happening, it would just like show over the top of the 2 characters' heads, like, you know what I mean? So like you'd see like an arrow over their heads with like combat, right, to show that they're in combat. Maybe like over your unit, and then if you walk away from it, it'll stick to the side of the corner of the screen, right? And like you walk over here and it's like sliding across the top of the screen, right? So you know where combat's happening. That could be useful too. I don't know if I want to show a mini map. Like I kind of do, but I'm kind of enjoying the idea that I don't know where the units are coming from. It makes it really hard to like defend against, but also like I kind of like it. Let's I kind of want to just try it. Let's just try it without anything extra right now. Okay, right off the bat. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna go with wood. Oh, that's not wood. Whatever. We're gonna go mining first. I can't buy anything else. Okay. I can't even get another unit now because I went with ore instead. Okay, he's gonna go up and do his ore thing. I'm gonna go do the wheat myself this time since I chose to do it myself last time anyway. Also, I don't know why I keep following the path through there. It's a lot faster to go through the bottom, and that's kind of the whole point. Like you're able to go wherever you want. They have to follow paths, so you can like go explore the rest of the world. And also that means like if we do decide to do combat, we can do like a whole jungling thing, and you're the jungler, right? Like we could have like little like other AI in other places that like fight you if you get close, and you just walk up and like fight them, and then you get, I don't know, resources or something from them. How much do we need here? Let's just get like 35 and call it a day. Okay. The active harvesting would be a lot more fun if there were like visual feedback and stuff too, and I will be adding all that polished stuff in once we know it's good, because like as of right now there's a chance that we're going to take out harvesting for the player altogether. Like it might not be worth the effort, you know. Okay, we have one warrior spawn. He's up top, of course he is. Okay, we got to go back so we can get a defender up there, because like we might not get attacked because he might be harvesting still, or he might leave before the warrior gets there. But if he doesn't, and we lose our 1 miner, that kind of sucks, because we need the ore that he has, because we don't have enough right now. So we're gonna do the barracks. We can't. We need more ore. Okay, I need to remember. So that's another thing, is I need to remember what the buildings cost, because I'm wasting time running back and forth remembering. So that's another thing, and that might just be game sense, you know. That might not, like maybe we could have like a list of things on the side or something you can click on to see, or maybe you like right click it and like make it like a quest or something. That could be kind of fun. It's like you just right click and then it just shows like the resources you're gaining for it and what you and if you have it or not. You could do that. Okay, we have enough stuff now. We have more than enough stuff. We should have gone back earlier. Another warrior coming from the middle now. Okay, so we need to spawn. We need to defend top and middle at least, and I don't know what bottom's looking like right now. It's really hard to see the bottom. Middle lane's gonna be really easy to defend against. I don't know why I went in the bottom side. Okay, let's throw. Ah, man, I can't see again. Let's go with. Let's just throw one of these. Oh no, I don't have enough resource or for now. Really tempted. I kind of want to, you know, I almost want to slow the gameplay down even a little more. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you guys are probably getting tanked over there. Stupid frame rate. I don't know why that's happening. The game runs fine, even though I have the game full screened. I just can't read the resources. And sometimes you're like, I don't know what's going on, but when I click it, like, I lose focus. All right, he took out the first guy. We have another warrior coming this way, or another infantry, footman, whatever they're called. Uh-oh, we got stuff going on up here, though. All right, we survived that one. All right, we're doing good so far. We just need more resources. I'm tempted. We need more ore. The fact that like all I can do is defend is a little bit like I wish I could follow this guy up here and help him. So I do think we should do like we should have some sort of combat, even if it's just like a long cooldown or something, or maybe we like I don't know how we do that. I want some more harvesters so we don't have to do this ourselves anymore. So I'm tempted to go build the forester thing. Or the saw. No. Uh-oh. I don't know if that guy's health bar just got updated because I was there, or if he just defeated somebody and just saw it. But it looks like we might be attacking their base here soon. We still have full health. See, I wish I could see their base and like where our people are at. So yeah. Maybe even if you can't see enemies, or maybe there's an upgrade to let you see enemies or something. That would be cool. Wait, oh, I have not built the farm yet. I'm gonna do that. And I want to do that. Can't build the farm yet. Let's go do... I don't know, maybe that was a mistake. I'm not very good at this game yet. We just started playing it though. I'm max 30 right now. I have it set to max 30 prestige. It's still tanking when I go full screen. It's doing I should probably play in like standalone. I bet that would help. Because it's doing I need to take off these print strings. Make it old school dark everything where you've not explored so you unlock more of the map. That would be cool too. Like Fog of War would be a cool idea. Want to make it like Stardew Valley? Can you advise me about it? For example, which game engine? Yeah. Oh, is that a bug? Or was I not harvesting that? Stardew Valley, you want to make it in 2D, right? Like not like 3D. Like I don't know if you played sorry buddy. Oh no, he's good. Okay. I was like, great, we just found another bug. Oh look, we're about to attack. So I wonder if we have got to the second wave yet. I bet we have. Uh-oh. See, I want to go see like what happens. I want to see more. This guy's definitely gonna die right now. And I need to know if our base is being attacked. We did already do like 20% damage to it. Uh-oh, we have guys attacking us right now. All right, let's spawn someone on mid. Oh no! We need more wheat. We don't have any wheat. We need more warriors right now because we're being attacked too. On bottom. Uh-oh, more. We need more. All right, we can put a tank in the bottom. And I don't know if I want... No, I know there's no one up top because we just saw our guy over there. And there's no one else in mid because we're watching mid right now. So it's just bottom is getting hammered. There we go. And we've defeated them. Our guys are definitely stronger than the enemies, which is probably good, but also we might need to balance them a little more. Okay, let's get 30 of each so we can build the market. And we also need a farmer going in here. So let's get enough stuff to build a market and get a farmer. Print strings over working overtime. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it's the harvesters are showing things, and then combat is also showing stuff. I'll just go through and get all the print strings and delete them after this. Okay, I think we have enough stuff to get enough wheat anyway. We have enough. Well, we don't have enough miners actually. They're not doing a great job. Let's put another miner up top. We'll get a little bit of wood. Like a 2D version of your game? I would suggest probably Godot. If you've never made a game before, I would probably start a little smaller than that though. Maybe just start with like a basic version of it. Like think about like, do you just want like, if you want farming, then maybe just start with just a farming game. Like just say, okay, I just want farming. So I just need to do like these 3 steps. And then once you have that, then you can add on to it. If you start with like a huge idea in mind, then it's going to get overwhelming pretty fast. And that can become really difficult to manage. Okay, let's go spawn. We should have got more. Oh, that guy literally went out and got 1 resource and is now heading back. Uh-oh, guy's in mid lane. Well, there goes the resources we needed. Uh-oh, we're gonna lose our harvester too. Dang it. Okay, so that is definitely challenging because he's definitely gonna die. Yeah, like look how fast he's gonna die. Oh, and we've got guys up top too. It's getting tough. It's definitely getting tougher. And I feel like we can't make progress. Like we need more harvesters to make progress, but I haven't had the luxury of like getting enough yet. And I'm afraid that like we're just gonna like slowly chip away at the enemies here. So by the time we have enough resources to like upgrade to the next building, it's gonna be no contest. We're already gonna win. Like let's go look at their health real quick. No, about the same. So we're definitely more in like the late game now, I guess. I think maybe we need to delay that timer even more. Like we can almost get the market. It's not fun. I wouldn't say it's like super fun yet. Like not even like maybe not even like fun, but it's like not fun, you know? Like it's a little bit just nerve-wracking being here mining, not knowing what's going on out there. So I do think that the harvesters are super important because you need a steady stream of resources, like for sure. Okay, let's go. We're buying the market because we need resources faster. Okay, our warriors over there. We're not being attacked right now. That's good. The slower pace feels a lot better though. Not having like a huge stream of enemies coming in is nice. Okay, we're doing the market. All right, now we're gonna start generating some resources over time. Oh, did the market not cost us money? It didn't cost us any money. Why didn't that cost us any money? Did we forget to set the price of the market? We set it back to 0 and I didn't save it? Okay, well we just cheated, so keep that in mind. And now we have a farmer. Let's go farmer in mid and a logger in mid, and we should have put a warrior first. And who knows where everything else is going. So let's just go ahead and spawn. I don't even know. I kind of just want to like flood the mid with like harvesters. Screw it. We're just sending a whole bunch of harvesters to mid. I mean, maybe mid was a bad idea for that because I don't think we're going to have enough resources there for them. They're going to fight over resources. There's only 2 trees and 2 logs, so and there's only 10 each. So they're going to harvest them faster than they can. So they're just going to be standing around waiting forever. So that's the reason you want to like split, like put your guys up top and bottom. And bottom doesn't have any resources right now, so like we're already kind of playing at a disadvantage. I actually wonder if we should just remove the bottom spawn. Oh, there's a warrior coming up top. But we are getting resources a lot faster now. Slowly. Also, I wonder if there should be like a path right here you can just take up to the middle from the center. That might be nice, even if it's just kind of windy through the trees. Map is so big and you move so slow. I feel like you should move around a lot faster. Yeah, we could do that. We're definitely still just starting out and just testing things. So that is not a bad idea, Naga. I just actually turned it up a little more earlier today too, because it was actually slower than this. And yeah, the map is pretty big. I kind of like it though. Like it feels a little bit like an adventure. Okay, we have no one defending top right now. I think it's good enough for a play test right now. I think we can definitely increase the player's movement a little bit. I don't know if we can do it. No, we cannot do it right now. Some things you can change during like in game, and some things you cannot. We should have just gone mining while we were up there. What are you dropping off? Not ore. I need ore, guys. These guys actually are color coded. These are all farmers. That was a logger, and these are, oh no, that's a logger too. We need to get rid of their bags probably and just have like the wood they carry so you can see the color of their shirts, because that's how you know what they are. We need ore, guys. I can't spawn any people without ore. And I don't even know if we have any miners over here. Let's put a miner up top. Oh, we won. I think we won. Because if there was no one attacking our base, I would have seen it. So we won. Okay, so that feels kind of bad, right? Not even knowing that you're like winning. You know what happened, I think? I think they stopped spawning enemies at the end. A development path? Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good idea. I think upgrading your speed might be a good idea. Maybe a health bar at the top of the screen for your... Yes, agreed. Okay, let's do that really quick. Let's turn up the character speed a little bit, just so it's a little less, you know, of a slog. Where is it? Right here. So it's at 800 now. Let's do like 950. I don't want to go crazy with it. And then let's put health bars at the top of the screen. So these guys have health bars. We need to make a new health bar widget based on those. So where is our health bar? This one. So we're just going to duplicate this one. And then just thinking about how I want this to work. These guys have a health component and then a health bar widget. So I guess we'll just switch this to... I don't want them to have a health bar widget. Now that I think about it, I think we're just going to change how this works. Which is, this kind of sucks because I think maybe there's an interface for it. Get health bar. I think we can just get a different health bar here and not have the widget or have the component on here. I think we can just remove these. Okay, so we have our health bar. We're gonna remove this, or we're gonna call this castle health bar. This has an animation. I don't want the animation showing and hiding this, so we're just gonna delete the animation and grab the size box, set our render opacity. I know it's right here somewhere. Render opacity, oh, already one? Oh, scale then? Yeah, scale, yeah, 1 and 1. Okay, and then size box, let's make this bigger. Let's make this like 350. Cool. And we'll go 100, 50, 20. Sure, I don't know why it's stretching out like that though. Is it stretching? Okay, let's just remove the mask, I guess, from this. I don't know why we're getting this weird stretching going on. Scale? Oh, style. Yeah, I don't know why it's stretching weird. Like it's acting like it's a box. I guess it's a rounded box. That makes sense, but there's not like a margins on it, I don't think, is there? There's not margins for it, so I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know. You'd think it would just stretch evenly across. Well, I guess we can just try changing this to just an image. No, that doesn't work either. Why is it like not changing anything? I think it might just be broken. Maybe it doesn't want. Maybe it doesn't like the size box. Okay, let's save it, and we just duplicate this in the other one, so it doesn't matter. And then, I mean, it's still broken for sure. I just don't know why it's stretching all weird. Okay, yeah, I don't know why. Okay, well, we'll just remove this then, I guess. For now, that's fine. We'll deal with that another time. Okay, so there's our health bar. Let's make I don't know. I guess the color doesn't matter that much. But what we need to do is put it on a HUD. So let's build. We have a HUD. I just don't know if I want to use the that HUD. We have a lane HUD. It could probably be like snapped to a let's just use this. Who cares? Okay, so let's add a horizontal box to the canvas panel here. Anchor it to the top center. Zero out the position, 0.5 in X, and then in Y we're gonna drop it down a little bit, and then we're gonna drop in our castle health bar. Boom. Boom. Why is it doing that? I don't know. Size to content. Thank you. And then these guys will be fill. And fill. And then we're going to add a spacer right between them. And then X will go, I don't know, like that, I guess. And we'll eventually put like, you know, we'll make this prettier later, but that might be enough for now. So you can actually see what they are. Cool. Let's change this to, player castle HP, I guess. And then enemy castle HP. Cool. Gotta go, but came by to say that YouTube chat isn't maybe on or on your end. It is, Jeff. Sorry. I'm just really bad at reading it. It's not very, I don't know. It's hard to keep up with. Are all the models made by you as well, or do you? No, those are asset stores for these ones. My main game I made all the assets for, and it's not made great money, and so I've watched a lot of games launch that use asset store models, and they just like make a ton of money, and I'm just like, why am I wasting time making a whole bunch of custom models? Like that takes like all the assets that I have in this project right now that took me a day to like go level design and like customize to make them fit better. Would have taken me like a month to model all those, to like make all that. So it's like, why am I bothering like making all this stuff when it doesn't matter? Players don't care. Players are just going to buy the game if it looks fun. They don't care where the assets came from. So I'm not going to care about that anymore either. I'll make custom assets when I want to, if it's something I really want to make, or if it's going to be like a long-term project with an art style that I really like, then I'll do that. But if I'm just going to make a game, I'm just going to use assets that I have if it makes sense. It just seems silly to waste that much time on it. Yeah. Some of the tall trees on hills seem to come a lot into the view of the player. Could fade. Yeah, that's the plan. It's just polish things that I'm not doing yet. But those are definitely the plan. So, now we have health bars at the top. We need to make them actually work. So we need a function in here that says like update health. Custom event, update health, and then we need an option in here, like is this enemy health or player health? So let's do player, I guess. That could just be a Boolean, and then we'll just do a branch on this, and we'll just grab better idea. Let's make this what UI do I what thing do I have in here? I have no interfaces on this. Let's add it. Compile, save. Let's go DPI UI. Let's make one called update castle health. Input is going to be player. We want to know if it's a player or not. Checkout selected. Okay, and then that we'll do a return and just say like defeated or something, or sure, we'll just do defeated because we might want to know that. Okay, and now we'll go in here and we can implement that as a variable, as a function, I mean. And then we can do a select. No, not string. This one. And then we will do, I think we can call update on these. Update health. Health bar, BPI, update health message. I hope this is right. Let's go back to the castle health bar and make sure this update health actually does something. Update health. Yes. Oh, no. Did it not do something? Event update health. Wait, we are doing this? What is going on? Which one are we using here? Are we not actually using this? I feel like it should be this one. I think it's supposed to be this one. I don't know what's going on. Let's get rid of this. Why would we be using why would we not be using the interface? Let's go to blueprints and search for update health. Health component. That's using the widget or the interface. What was that? That was weird. I don't know why that was doing that. Oh yeah, while we're here, really quick. Just while we're right here. Let's go find our print strings. Print to screen is fine, and then track spawn count. Delete. We don't need to do this. This is just hold on, let's do that. Hold on. Let's just do this then. Here we go. And then actually I think that was already not doing that. Unit spawn button. This is where we're updating the cooldown, which we don't want to do. This was just because we were trying to watch a value. Next, right here, we'll skip this one as well and delete that. That was for combat reasons. No, I don't know what that was. Animation sample. These are all print strings for other things that I've not made. Okay, and now print to screen. Health component on take damage. We'll skip that one. And then that should be it. So print to screen was a bad name for that because it's used everywhere on the print string. So I'm still going to find it everywhere. That's okay. Next time we'll do like print string override or something. I don't know. Okay, check out selected. Thank you. Then we can close all this junk. Close the UI. Close that. Okay. Back to the HUD. Okay, so we're going to enemy castle health. No, we want to put this in here. And then on true, we're going to do player health. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Oh, enemy castle goes in there, and then player goes there. There we go. And then I guess we need health, which... Yeah, whoops. So we need this in here, but we can't do that because... Yep. So we have to open our UI again. So we need two inputs. Move this guy. I don't know if I like this new Unreal 5, like, how you drag variables around. It's kind of hard to get them. HP, and then max HP. And float, and float. Compile, save. Get back here, and now we can plug. Okay, and then we don't have a way to actually know if this was defeated or not, so I'm just going to leave this as false. Wait, yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. Who cares? Why don't, like, we know if they're defeated because we're literally putting in the new health. We're not like changing the health. We're putting the new health, so it's already known. So the only reason I even put this in here at all is because I needed a return node, but I guess I can just do return value, I guess. But there's nothing I actually want. I just wanted to do this because I don't know why I wanted to do this. It doesn't matter. I just wanted it in a function. And it was because I thought I was gonna have a variable here, but I don't need a variable. Rid of the typical Cinti looks. Yeah, that's still I think the Cinti looks as this is a castle health or not, and then the health component can do something different. Because I don't think we need to reach back here and get the health bar. Like, there's no reason for the combat zone to have access to the health bar. We can just do it from the component. I think. I guess we could do it. Yeah, why not? Get player character. Let's just do it. Because it just already works. It's not a big deal. We just do get no. What are we doing? We want to get we don't have a thing for this. We need to make one. Have them for player? Yeah. We need to get HUD. And then the output is going to be it's called lane HUD. We should just really just call it HUD. We should probably just rename it. Compile, save, checkout selected. Head over here. We go down to interfaces and do get HUD. And we plug in our lane HUD into that. Okay, there's our widget HUD. And now we can do in where? In here, yeah. We do get HUD. And this is the widget? No. What do you want? Widget component object. Oh, shoot. Why do you want the component? Okay, get health bar from inside health component. We have to do a little bit digging here, unfortunately. No, not references. I want it. Edit. Edit. Okay, where are we doing this? Control F. Get health. What's it called? Is this not? Where are we doing this from? Get health bar. What calls this? What are we doing with this? Is this not even being used anywhere? I thought we were using this to... Is it get health bar? Oh, it's get health bar component? No. What are we doing? That should be in there. How are we doing this? Okay. So this guy's doing... Okay, the units do damage to the health component. Take damage. Damage effects. On death. So the damage is literally set up right here, but where? Oh, damage effects probably. Update health bar. Update. Why are we doing this? Oh, because we might do more damage effects here. Okay. Update health from BPI health bar. We're getting the component by class. Get user object. Okay. This is not. This is why. We should just do get health bar. Save that. Okay. And now we're going to break a bunch of things really quick, but we're going to fix it. And then this goes here. We don't need to do this. Well, I guess we do. Because we might need to show it. But we should just be able to show it even from that. BPI health bar. Yeah, so we shouldn't need any of this. Yeah, so I did not take a different health bar like widget into account when I did this system because I was not thinking about a castle health bar for some reason. I don't know why. That's kind of important, I guess. But I hadn't considered it. Okay, wait, where are you going? Go back. Okay, so now this will now get the think this will work now. It'll get health bar from the owner. So we need to go into unit because our unit's definitely gonna be broken now. Oh yeah, so this is gonna be, oh no, that'll be fine, I think. Base? Unit base? Nope, just unit. BP unit, I think. Pawn unit. Okay, and then we should have an interface for get health bar that we're not using, yep. And then we do get our widget, get user widget object, and that plugs in here. Beautiful. Check that out. This get health component. Oh no, that works. Okay, that's fine. That's different. That's a different thing. Okay, this can be closed. This should be working. So now we go back into our lane HUD, and this should be working. Castle health bar. No, combat zone, right? Oh, get health bar. This is the one. So we get our HUD. Get health bar message from the HUD. What are we doing? Do we... Because the problem is, oh man, this is gonna be broken again, isn't it? We need a different, we need a different way to call this. Don't we? Because we don't know, like when we call this on the, oh man. We need like a, on the castle combat zone, we need to know if it's like, oh, we have a faction. Oh, right. So that means we need a new thing for the HUD. Damn it. Right? I feel like I'm just confusing myself. So we have, we need get, castle health bar. And then we're going to put an input, which is going to be faction. We should give each one of those health bars a faction, to be honest. So that way, if we ever change the faction, because right now it's just dwarf and undead, but we might add more factions in later, which might be important. That's okay. We'll just refactor a little bit then. That's the way we do it, right? And then this is going to give us a widget. Okay. File, save. Head back to where? Here? No. Here. Okay. We do get health bar, get castle health bar message. Perfect. This goes in here. This comes out here. And now it should update that health bar. I think. Right? Will it though? Yeah, because it'll update. Yeah, okay. Let's test it. We have health bars. We need to, let's just speed up. Let's just do slow-mo 50. Oh, there's a guy. Is this fast enough, by the way? Is this what you were thinking of when you were saying that it was a little too slow? Okay, so it's not working. All right, let's trace it through again. Castle combat zone. What are we doing? We have event graph. No. This is fine. Let's do. Moz, that reminds me of your space game. The space game, and you were working on that and we were testing it, and I was like, I want to go faster, and then like I don't know who it was, just like zip past. Oh man, that was such a good clip. What are you up to lately? Still doing the hackers? Yeah. Are you still working on the Fortnite stuff? The monthly free assets are out. Some nice ones actually. Yeah, there are some pretty cool stuff in there. There's some pretty cool stuff in there. I kind of like the middle ground between decimated and shade smoothed, where it's just low poly without a lot of roundness. Yeah. Been playing WoW, taking a break. Oh man, I started playing a little bit. Watch my map slowly die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you gonna try to get back into it? Okay, so when the health component takes damage, where are we? Take damage function. Damage effects, right, okay. Get health bar. So we should be getting the health bar from the owner, which is the castle combat zone. So get health bar, which should be getting the HUD. Hopefully that works. That's working. And then that should be getting the castle health bar based on the faction. And then we should be returning the widget. So let's go back to maybe the health component isn't working at all. Get health bar. Update health. No, that should be working. Okay, so I don't know what's wrong then. This should be working. Let's put a breakpoint here and we'll speed up the game again and see if what's going on. Oh god. It is what it is. I'm gonna make some new maps in a bit, but I've... Okay, good. We're triggered here. Sorry. One sec. Did we get the HUD? Yes. Did we get a health bar? Health bar. Yes. Step over. Okay. We got get health bar widget. Cool. I assume that's working even though it's this unknown class. Maybe it's not. Let's step into it. Oh, wait. We're not able to step into it? Are we not getting the right class? Maybe oh, it's BPI health bar. Do we not have the update health BPI health bar? No, we should. Oh. No, that should be working, right? Get health bar on the castle health bar. Wait. No, that's not. It's the lane HUD. Get health bar. Oh. Well, this would explain it. Wait, didn't we already do this? I thought we did this. I didn't test it to like see if that was correct. Step over. Okay, yeah, I think that's what was wrong. Now we should be good. Yep, okay. Play. Turn off the breakpoint. Play again. Yeah, now we have health bars. Okay, we should probably make sure that we... Time out. let's set our thing here to, did we already do this? Yeah, we did break this. 30. 30. We really need like a debug button. Okay, we build that and we make a couple guys and then we turn up the speed 5 times. 10 times. All right, got it. Health bar is working. Cool. Okay, let's fix our prices again. Oh shoot, what was this? Oh good. We should probably set these in like a data table or something somewhere, just so they're easier to manage. Because if we decide to ever spawn these in, this won't work. So we'll need to set them up somewhere else. Or just like put them on we could just put them inside the actual actors themselves too. I'm gonna make some new maps in a bit, but I've been itching for some Unreal devs, so I've been setting up a few projects I want to work on. Cool. SOD is pretty cool. SOD? What is that? SOD. Is that the new WoW expansion, maybe? I don't know what SOD is. Season Discovery. Right. Yep. Okay, I should know that. Yeah. Are you playing Classic then? I guess Classic is the Season Discovery then. So. Okay, I think we're playable. What else was there? There's like definitely some other weird issues that like we weren't really thrilled about. I think so. I think it's ready. I think we should package it. We need to go to project settings. Dev map. Okay. Yeah, I think it's ready to go. I feel like I need to include maps when I package for the first time. I have only done this like twice, so I don't remember. I think you go to like platforms, Windows. I mean, there's like a million other things we could do, but I think this is good. I think we're ready to like test it. Level cap's 25 right now. Also, BFD is a raid at 25. Oh, that's cool. Like Classic Plus. Yeah, I think I watched the whole video on it when they first like announced it. Yeah, I love that. That's kind of my design mentality too, is like just hide stuff and say, okay, good luck at finding it. I actually thought about doing that as just like adding like a secret item to Swords of Magic in like the next update and not giving any hints about where it is at all. Just be like, new item. Let me know when you find it. Like you'll know when you find it. I don't know. I think we might be, is there not like a packaging like included section or something? I don't remember how this works. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this is a new thing. Or oh, you know what? It's probably in here. Probably in here under package settings. Yes, I think so. Maybe not. Maybe this is good. Yeah, I could have sworn you had to add your maps in here, but I guess maybe not anymore, or maybe I'm just missing the spot where you do that. I'm just making sure before we package it and then hit play and nothing works. Yeah, I think we're good to go. I guess we can always just hit play and try it too. Okay, let's just try it. All right, so it's probably gonna bog us down a little bit when I start packaging. So just a heads up. I don't know if I've ever packaged in UE5. Maybe I have. Let's put it in this one. This one. New folder. Builds. I guess I have to put this up on Drive. I don't know what else. Like, I don't have like a Steam page yet, so I don't have like. I usually just upload this to Steam and you guys play it, but I guess yeah, it's gonna go. All right, packaging. Classic Plus is cool. I was playing Turtle WoW for the good hardcore rule set and Classic Plus, but SOD is pretty cool. The best idea is WoW has had it in a long time. Yeah. Oh, packaging failed. Immediately packaging failed. Why? Wait, output log. Uh-oh. What's going on? Wait, what's wrong? Why is it doing this stuff? Unknown error. Building compressed audio format? No. I don't like unknown error. What does that even mean? See log for details. Okay. Where is that at? Oh. Roaming, Unreal Engine. What do you want, Lux? Automation tool, logs. Which one? C+ program files, Epic Games, UE5.3. That makes sense, actually. I don't know why I had to look that one up. And then I'm looking at Win64 development. I guess I can look at either of these. Unknown. I don't like that. This is probably something really stupid. Like it was like, oh yeah, I forgot I had to do that thing. Should I try to cook first? I don't see error true. I don't know if that means anything. Okay, I'll leave that up over here, I guess. And we're gonna just try to cook and see if we get a different result. I guess. Build successful? Maybe you have to cook first the first time you package? I don't remember. I mean, it's definitely doing more than it did last time, so that's a good sign, I guess. Maybe it'll throw an error and then we'll find out what's wrong. But yeah, if we can get this package today, then you guys can test it. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. Faith, are you in the Discord? It's going. Sorry, we're probably gonna drop frames while I'm doing this because it's doing heavy stuff. Sorry. I mean, they're just warnings, but it's from that stupid, yeah, from third-person content, third-party content. Dumb. More. Yep. So this stuff makes sense because I did bring this stuff in from a different version of the engine. I should probably go through and like delete their maps and everything that don't pertain to just the meshes. Ugh, still under 15 in WoW, I assume, Guard. So am I, actually. I think I hit like level 12 when I played last. Why do I feel like this was just a fluke and it's gonna package just fine after this? Because we didn't see any errors. It almost acted like I just hit cancel, but it doesn't say cancel anywhere, just an unknown error. I had the worst experience with imported content from the store. It breaks my builds all the time. I've never used this much imported content in a project before. Like everything you see here is all imported. It's like 5 or 6 different packs. I rarely ever import anything, and this is the absolute most I've ever done. So it is kind of weird using this much like stuff. Like we definitely have imported stuff in like Swords of Magic and stuff, and it probably actually is like more than this. It's just like I don't know, not the same, I guess. Hi, what do you need? Did you need to go outside? You have to wait a minute. I see. Hi. You need your nails cut. What? It's Lux's birthday today. I just remembered that. Someone asked me if it was Lux earlier when she came up here, and I just said yes. I forgot it was her birthday. It's her birthday today. She's 2 years old today. I'm petting the dog, by the way, which is Lux. Anyway, well, this is taking forever. This is the time you guys should have me ranting about stupid stuff that I shouldn't be ranting about. But everyone's quiet now. Oh my god, why do we have so many viewers watching me package a game? Two already. Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Good girl. Go play. Go find your mom. Go find mom. Here, I'll message her for you. Actually, I think I'm gonna go let the dog out real quick. I think Jana is napping with Quinn. So I will be right back. Waffles or pancakes? Waffles. Depends, I guess. Waffles. Just go waffles. Lurking, still need to finish the work today. Finished. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick break, and go let the dog out, and then I'll be back and hopefully it's done cooking by then, and then we can package. So right back. Okay, I'm back. Guess what? It's still cooking. Okay, this is a long stream. Yeah, we're at 5 hours now. I actually am going to wrap up though, because it's 3:30. We have to get the kiddo in 10 minutes from school, and then she has a dentist appointment we're going to, orthodontist appointment technically. And it's raining, so I don't want Gianna have to go walk to take Quinn. We walk to get Abby from school, and it's raining, so I don't want Quinn to have to go. So I'll watch Quinn while she walks over there. So, or I'll walk over there either way. So I'm probably gonna wrap it up, but I will let everyone know in Discord what's going on with the build. Ideally, it all works, and we can get it out today, and you guys can start testing it and start leaving feedback and ideas for how we can expand on it to make it more fun. Because I think we're at a very good minimum viable product now. I think we are like, it's nice. I think we're in a good spot, really good spot. I'm eating a cookie. Let's go raid Crim. We love Crimson. Let's go raid him. Copy. Thought it was over. I'm surprised it was still going. Yeah, I didn't realize what time it was when I went downstairs. Jan was like, "Oh, good, you're done," and I was like, "Oh, no, I'm not." So I am now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for the $30 donation. We're $60 away from getting the Steam page up. That's awesome. It's kind of crazy to me that we're raising money to launch our second game. That's weird. So I'm really nervous about it actually. I have a lot of imposter syndrome going on right now. All right, we're gonna raid Crimson. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I can't wait for you to test the game and let me know what you think. Make sure you join the Discord if you haven't already, because it's the last, or this is the only way to get access to the test build for this game if you want to try it. Eventually I'll be switching over to Patreon, so we'll be paid here soon, and then you won't have access to this anymore. So just a heads up. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Thanks again for the raid, man. All right, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you next time. Where are the credits? There they are. Okay, bye.